prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS-ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Shimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Our incredible IFERP application has been launched and is now available for curious scientific researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for academic and research breakthroughs, which you can get right now from the Google Play Store for upcoming conference updates. About Rajpat Mahasarakam University, founded in 1925, this university is a non-profit public higher education institution located in the suburban setting of the small city of Mahasarakam. This institution also has a branch campus in Nongkai, officially recognized by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation of Thailand. Rajpat Mahasarakam University offers courses and programs leading to officially recognized higher education degrees such as pre-bachelor's degrees, bachelor degrees, master degrees, doctor degrees in several areas of study. This 97 years old Thai higher education institution has a selective admission policy based on entrance examination and students' past academic records and grades. RMU also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to the students, including a library, housing, sports facilities, financial aid, and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, as well as administrative services. International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practices, ICMRP, brings together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experience and research results on all aspects of multidisciplinary researchers, practitioners, and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovations, trends, and concerns, as well as practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in various academic fields. It is now time to invite all our honorable dignitaries. Firstly, I would like to invite our special guest, Mr. Sid Kumar Chachar, Dr. Velengiri, Ms. Hataikon Labkom, Mr. Arthur Gogats, Dr. Parvez Hayat, Dr. Maja Zelik, Associate Professor Dr. Ponchai Jedman, Dr. Naira Radwan, Dr. Syed Motwali, Dr. Lakshmi Varaprasad, Dr. Venkat Ramarao, Dr. Pavan Kumar, Associate Professor Dr. Rumi Nemia Saria, and Dr. Noor Irwani Abdul Rahman. Thank you for joining us. I would also take this opportunity to invite all our presenters from across the world who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. On behalf of all the dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release our International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practices proceeding book. I call upon all the participants to come front and take over the book, proceeding book. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Sid Kumar Chachar, founder, Managing Director of Technorate Groups, to deliver his invite welcome address. Mr. Sid Kumar Chachar is an entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, founder, and Managing Director of Technorate Group. He has had 8 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He completed his education in engineering from SRM University, Chennai, and MBA from St. Peter's University, Chennai. He is interested in doing several socio-academic activities for the welfare of the society. Under his guidance, IFERP became one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from ABP. With success knowing no limit, Mr. Sid attributes to his fame to teamwork and to entrepreneur spirit, which together have enabled transformation to risk to opportunities to handle the ever-changing environment in education and technologies.
Thanks, Mubina, for your warm welcome. Very good morning to distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, committee members, participants, and students. On behalf of IFERP, it is great pleasure indeed for me to welcome all the delegates, speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young researchers, and students all around the globe from different walk of life who joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience in the impressive international conference on multidisciplinary research and practices organized by IFARP Thailand chapter with the theme of cohesiveness between researchers in multidisciplinary research team. Their significance challenges to achieve cohesiveness and increased productivity that they result in associated with Rajabhat Maha Saram University, Thailand. This conference aimed to drill into participants the fundamentals of planning and conducting cutting-edge qualitative and quantitative research in the various phases of an innovation or research study. It is a great honor for me to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Velangiri, Professor, Osmania University, Hyderabad. On this special occasion, I am very grateful to express my deep appreciation to our eminent speakers who have joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community. I welcome our keynote and invited speaker, Mr. Arthur Gogetz, Associate Professor, King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Thailand. Dr. Parvez Hayas, IPS Independent External Monitor, SBI and BL, Academic Advisor, Central for Climate Change and Disaster Management, Jamia Millia Islamic University, India. Dr. Maja Jailik, Dean Forbes School of Business and Technology, University of Arizona, Global Campus, United States of America. Dr. Pontu Jardama, Associate Professor, Research and Development, Rajabhat Mahasarkam University, Thailand. Dr. Nayara Radwan, Associate Professor, Quality Assurance Officer, Department of Faculty of Economics and Administration, King Abdul Raji University, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Sahid Motawali, Department of Psychology, Faculty of Social Science and Liberal Arts, UCSI University, Malaysia. Along with our speaker, I welcome all our advisory committee board, session chairs, organizing committee, scientific committee, review committee, eminent scholars, delegates, participants, and students for this fruitful conference who present both breadth and excellence in industry experience, in universities research, and in government policy making. I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you my perspective about this conference. Despite significant advances in multidisciplinary research and practices throughout the globe, the knowledge to practice gap still exists, where many of the researchers are unaware of some of the nuances related to research and the effect of translational science. Many of our researchers struggle with determining the objective for research, the best methodology, design, and approaches, and how to publish the result of the research. I believe that IFRP is offering forum for scientific interaction and conferences theme could help close the knowledge to practice gap. And the most recently research on different specialists and subspecialists will be presented by a prestigious panel of international specialists in this conference. I wish you the most productive day filled with thought-provoking conversation. I sincerely hope that this conference will be a huge success, not only as a venue for exchanging knowledge and expertise in multidisciplinary research and practices, but also as a start of a long and fruitful collaboration and friendship between fellow educators committed to the most important and worthwhile task of technology, teaching and training our future leaders, the youth. We want to take this opportunity to encourage your attendance and participant in this unique conference in order to take advantage of the most recent scientific discovering and milestone in the field of engineering research and practices. We believe the more or you participate in, the more you take away from a conference. And we would encourage your active participant to taking advantage of the opportunity to interact with internationally renowned leaders. You will have the opportunity to meet the established network with professionals from various parts of the countries. The conference will also provide you the platform to share your views and experience with others, and this exchange of ideas will enrich all of us with a fresh perspective on industrial research. It is my hope that International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practices would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for academician researchers and practitioners to advancing knowledge, research and technology for humanity. There has always been gap between people and communities who can make effective use of research, innovation and technology and those who cannot. I believe IFERP can continue to be a leader in this work of reducing the gap between student, academician and industries by acting as a bridge between academia and industry. And I hope many of you will seize that opportunity to join with us. As a result, organizing the conference, IFRP hopes to set a perfect platform for participants to establish career as successful and globally renowned specialists in the field of multidisciplinary research and practitioner. Throughout our professional networking services, IFRB, one of the largest professional association, is working to digitalize innovation process. We do providing and integrating virtual scientific community, encouraging mutual engagement, examining the potential of researchers, and fostering a cooperative and collaborative academic environment. More than 400 and plus to, universities and institutions, in adding to more than 85,000 plus members are affiliated with IFRB, and the services in the field of engineering, management, science, and technology by organizing and providing the international conferences, publication assistance, research assistance, and guidance, student professional and institution membership, aid these schemes, international workshop, chapters, guest lecturers, faculty exchange program, short-term training program, webinars, and scientific conventions. IFRP is leading publisher of scientific articles in the Scopus and SCI Web of Science indexing. IFRP have stepped in and entrenched strong network in Asia and many European countries. While concluding, I would like to welcome all the conference participants who are awaiting to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better way of educating our future leaders. I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you and express our gratitude in your agreeing to participate in this conference. To put a conference of this magnitude together is not a small task to the end. I would like to welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all our coordinators, advisory committee members, and session chairs. And I will welcome once again on behalf of entire IFRP group for this international conference on multidisciplinary research and practices. Thank you for giving me this opportunity and a wonderful sessions ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address. I now invite Ms. Hataikan Labcom. Ms. Hataikan Labcom is currently working as a Deputy Director for International Relations, Academic Affairs, and Research at the Office of International Relations and International Education, RMU. For the last almost 10 years, she has been implementing her expertise in applied linguistics, ESL, and English acquisition in English teaching for the community development. She has been entrusted by English students and their parents with academic and research consultation. She was awarded the Excellence Teacher Award in English teaching. I welcome you, ma'am.
Good morning, distinguished speakers, scientists, researchers, academicians, business speakers, and honorable observing participants. On behalf of Rajapat Mahasarakham University, Thailand, the co-host of the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practice, or ICMRP 2022, we would like to welcome all of you to our hybrid conference, where experienced and leading academic and business speakers from around the world can exchange bodies of knowledge and innovations face-to-face and virtually. Also, we thank you for being with us. Without your participation and support, this conference would not be possible. This conference's ultimate mission is to brainstorm together, discuss and share multidisciplinary innovations, trends, and concerns in the hope to defend the world from problems and seek practical solutions for challenges of national and global scales. As one of the leading Rajapat universities in the northeast of Thailand, and to live up the motto, academicians and moral excellences for community development. Rajapat Mahasarakam University prides itself in having trained its students to become quality graduates in many professions, especially teaching, for a variety of sectors in the country since its establishment in 1925, for it believes many smalls can make a big. Therefore, the university supports all local wisdoms, academic and research disciplines, and innovations of which can be further implemented and disseminated for strength of the community, university, and the country. Throughout and after this international conference, Rajapat Mahasarakam University and Institute for Engineering Research and Publication hope that all of us will continue supporting one another in creating, sharing, and implementing bodies of knowledge and innovations in order to counterattack issues and challenges threatening the world. Again, we express our sincere appreciation to your enthusiastic participation and welcome you all to the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Practice, ICMRP 2022. May all the knowing and wise protect the weak and the young with all their understanding mind. Thank you very much.
On the area of 1,780 acres, Rajapat Mahasarakam University has been continuously developing for almost 10 decades under the philosophy of developing graduates with knowledge and morality, leading the community development with visions, and being a high-quality university that helps strengthen the local community. Rajapat Mahasarakam University is convenient for traveling and places a priority on student safety. The university facilitates the students with teaching and learning activities that will support students' life and learning. The facilities provided by Rajapat Mahasarakam University are such as Digital Development and Tasting Center or ICDL, Sports Center, Medical Center, Cultural Center, spaces for student activities, dormitories, and relaxing natural atmosphere. Moreover, Rajapat Mahasarakam University also provides academic services for students, staff, and general public. The academic services are provided by Office of International Relations and International Education, Academic Service Center, Art and Cultural Center, Office of Academic Resources and Information Technology, Office of Quality Assurance, Office of Academic Promotion and Registration, Research and Development Institute. Rajapat Mahasarakam University focuses on producing graduates with morality, ethics, public mind, knowledge, and abilities and skills in accordance with the international standard. The graduates are prepared to accept and adapt to changes in society. The university also promotes educational opportunities for people with disabilities, talented students, and general public by providing a variety of instructions. Rajapat Mahasarakam University is currently offering both general and associate courses in bachelor's degree, master's degree, and doctoral degree. The university consists of 9 faculties, namely Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Education, Faculty of Management Sciences, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Faculty of Information Technology, Faculty of Political Science and Public Administration, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Engineering, and a graduate school. Moreover, there is a demonstration school at Rajapat Rajapat Mahasarakam University, which is open for kindergarten to secondary level. Community and local development has always been one of the main missions of Rajapat Mahasarakam University, with integration of educational missions, research, academic services, and the maintenance of arts and culture. The university aims to create an innovation to develop local communities for sustainable strength. Rajapat Mahasarakam University determines to be an important force in the development of the future of Thailand. Rajapat Mahasarakam University, a source of wisdom.
Thank you so much. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Maya Zelihik to deliver her keynote speech. Dr. Maya Zelihik is a Dean, Fulbright Specialist, Full Professor, and Department Chair of Advanced Management Studies at the Forbes School of Business and Technology, University of Arizona Global Campus. She is a chair for the FSBT Boards of Advisor. She has a PhD in Organizational Management, an MBA, and MA in Organizational Leadership and Development. She is currently serving a Fulbright tenure, having successfully completed one project as a primary investigator and one as a co-investigator. As a department chair of the Advanced Management Studies, she chairs 3 programs: MBA, BA in Leadership, and PhD in Organizational Development and Leadership, and the Center for Women's Leadership. Outside of FSBT, she serves on the board of advisors of the International Fellowship Program in Arbitration and Scientific Assessment, the comprehensive global academic review platform. She also serves as an industry advisor member at the MIT University Novel Communication Lab. She is published in over 20+ peer-reviewed journals, and her research ventures took her to Haiti, Cuba, Mexico, Panama, Jordan, Zambia, the Balkan region, and many other parts of the world. She co-authored a book on perception, which was released in December 2020. Her chapter in the International Research Handbook, where she shares her experience of doing international research across the globe, has just been published with Francis and Taylor. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It is evening in Florida. Good morning to all of you that are joining us in person in the classrooms and also online. I would like to talk to you about perception. As introduced, I actually conducted research in the field of perception for several years prior to publishing a book on perception, and also prior to developing a perception index with my co-author, Dr. Diane Hamilton. I would like to have a permission to share my slides, please, because as I'm trying to share, it says you cannot start sharing. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for that. So the name of our book is Embracing the Power of Perception and Eliminating Boundaries to Create Successful Global Leaders. And the way this book came about is Dr. Diane Hamilton and I, we worked at the same organization, same university, and we were on the receiving end of a vastly different message as per our perception. The verbiage used and the words used were actually identical, but we walked away from a particular meeting seeing something or hearing something vastly different. So we started talking about doing a research first, which resulted in a book and a perception index. And that research was actually talking about how the concept of perception correlates with the concepts of global leadership. So some of the things that I would like to start off with and ask your audience members is, do we all perceive the true reality, or is there such a thing as a true reality? I would also like to encourage those of you that are currently online to utilize the chat pod and perhaps answer some of the questions as I'm going through. So what is our business reality? Do I see what others see? So if I'm in a business type of a setting, is what I see what the others are also seeing? What type of decisions do I make as a result of my perception, and what type of decisions am I choosing not to make as part of my perception? At what point of time do I allow my culture and my society to actually impact my perception? At what point of time do our individual thoughts, beliefs, our ethnic belongings, our spirituality impacts our perception? And can we use our perception in our favor when it comes to cross-cultural communication? I also wanted to touch upon the concept we developed, and that concept is the EPIC process of perception. So let's go ahead and get started with a little story that perhaps many of you are familiar with. There were two tadpoles swimming in a pond, and one jumped out and became a frog. As the frog came back, one of the tadpoles asked the frog, "Where did you go?" And the frog said, "Well, I went to a dry land." And the tadpole said, "Well, where is dry?" And the frog said, "Where dry is where there's no water." And then the tadpole said, "Where is water?" So our story, this particular story is actually teaching us something incredibly simple. Sometimes we are in the midst of things that are surrounding ourselves. Sometimes we are in the eye of the storm, or we are in the middle of the water without realizing what's surrounding us. That is the power of perception. And we're not able to really perceive the true reality at that point of time. Going back to, I'm sure one of the stories that everyone knows, Plato's allegory of the cave. Just to refresh everyone's memory, prisoners were chained to the walls of the cave, and their only reality, everything that they were seeing, were the shadows. The puppeteers were walking behind them, and they were playing with the different puppets, and all the prisoners saw were their reflection on the walls of the cave. So to them, what's happening on the walls of the cave, those shadows, that was their reality. They don't know any other reality. So we are trying to check with our own selves, are we prisoners of the are we in the cave that our minds created? Or are we actually seeing a true reality, or at least reality that is very close to a concept, ever fluid concept of a business reality? And why that matters? Well, that matters as we are trying to emerge as global leaders. So going to the concepts of perception and leadership, I would like to ask each one of you, do our perceptions make us better? Or if they're not making us better, what are we trying to do to tweak our perception mechanisms? And as an employee or as a leader, how do I perceive reality? And if so, what type of mechanisms are impacting my reality? What's impacting my perception? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make the presentation just a bit smaller so I can see if I can perhaps see the chat pod. But I'm not sure that I'm able to see it right now. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see if you can answer some of those questions in a chat pod. So what are some of the concepts that are impacting your reality? And let's stop real quick. So let me give you a chance to address this question. What is impacting your perception in a business world, everyday life? So can some of you answer in a chat pod, please? What's influencing the way you perceive the world? So some of you, I think it's 30 plus of you online. I know there's a lot of you in a different setting, in a live setting. So what's impacting the way you perceive the world? Can I see some answers? And if anyone wants to use their mic and answer this question, that's fine as well. Trying to see if we can, so when it comes to the perception, as you're trying to answer, okay, the nearest environment, I have my first answer. It says that what's happening is your environment is impacting the way you perceive reality. So what may be the relevance of this when it comes to perception and more importantly, the issues of leadership or success in the workplace? So when it comes to the discussion of perception, especially in a business or management context, it seems that it always leads to a question: do our perceptions make us better, or do they make us worse? And when I say make us worse, well, perhaps we're not making the best decisions. Your eyeglasses, I can relate to that. I'm wearing eyeglasses too, so as I take off my glasses, I'm definitely not seeing the same world. But sometimes, to use the symbols, sometimes what we're seeing certain things through the lenses of our own minds. Keep in mind that concept of the cave. Are we in the cave, or are we actually outside of the cave, not looking at the shadows? So to fully address the question in the context of leadership, we need to look at the perception on both sides. There are the perception that leaders have of themselves, and then there are perceptions that employees have of their leaders. Those can be two vastly different perceptions. In addition, there are perceptions that can get in the way of us being effective leaders. According to the Mendoza College of Business at the University of Notre Dame, there are 9 key qualities that effective leaders possess. They tend to be more perceptive and more observant. Better managers ask more questions and genuinely listen to answers of the participants. Beyond listening to the words, they tend to observe the body language of the person who's giving the answer, looking for the connection between what's being said and what the body is saying. How often do we see in life that someone is telling us one thing, but we're looking at their eyes, and that is also vastly cultural. There are certain cultures where it's not really too polite for you to stare at someone and look at their eyes. In the Western culture, if you're steering away and you're not looking at someone directly in their eyes, you're perceived as less trustworthy. That is not the case in all parts of the world, and we know that. You may be perceived as disrespectful if you're staring at someone. So the body language is usually matching the culture within which you're operating, and based on that, we're creating certain perceptions. We are analyzing positive and negative things. Said Mohammed mentioned positive and negative things. Absolutely. As someone is speaking, we are trying to find the, sometimes we're actually being suspicious. We're trying to find the disconnect between what they're saying and how they're saying it. Sometimes, on the other hand, we're trying to affirm that what a person is saying is matching their body language, it's matching their expressions. Absolutely. So study after study cite how effective leaders see things that others do not. They sense when and not to act and what actions to take. Now, finely tuned perceptions from business savvy to emotional intelligence set leaders apart from others. They seem to see what's coming around the bend before it arrives. They also seem to hear elements of key conversations that others ignore, and they tend to envision solutions that others cannot see. Okay, so we do not come out with this predisposed set of views how to interpret our surroundings. Who's teaching us how to interpret and how to perceive? Who's teaching us first and foremost? Everyone knows this answer. Who's giving us the first set of parameters when it comes to our perception? I'm sure you know the answers to this one. I would say that our experience, yes, our experience comes in handy, but that is not our first teacher. Who's our first teacher? Our first teacher when it comes to perceiving the universe. Who's teaching us first? Everyone knows this. Our parents, our grandparents, our neighborhood, our society, our culture, from the very beginning of our life. In essence, our culture is giving us the impression of how we're supposed to behave. So parents, relatives, neighborhood, our community, the region where we live in. So our culture is at the heart of what we learn from the very beginnings of our lives, from what we think to how we feel and what we value. The culture in which we are born and raised is our foundation. We are taught even as adults to seek our in-groupers. So people that are part of our group, those who think and those who believe the way we do. That's not always good, because if we're constantly avoiding people that have different opinions, we're never able to expand our horizon, and we're never able to learn. A lot of times we're seeing this nowadays with social media, we're seeing it in the world of politics. We appear to be constantly seeking opinions that are solidifying our standpoints. Well, the problem with that is social media is also feeding us based on the algorithms with those same notions, with the facts supporting our opinions. So we're not growing, we're not expanding. And that's why behavioral scientists sometimes talk about the ethnocentrism, the belief that ours is superior culture, our way is the right way, and we make judgments accordingly. So that's also something to talk about. So we are aware sometimes of our perception, but sometimes they're subconscious. We're not aware of it. And we can trace this. How do we do things? How we make choices that we make. So our perceptions are heavily influenced by our past experience. One of you mentioned experience in a chat pod, our cultural upbringing, but sometimes by nothing more than a snap judgment or our gut feeling, our reaction. Why did I immediately dismiss a particular idea, even though that idea had merit? Why did I act a certain way in certain settings? And sometimes there are instances when our reactions are governed by our mood at the moment or our general disposition. Now, where is the gap between the perception and reality? At what point do we teach the truth? And we have to put truth in parentheses, because yet again, the reality is a fluid concept. So we have to think about it in those terms. So some people do trust their gut feelings, their first impressions. The others analyze to the point of being absolutely paralyzed. And we are also always thinking in terms of there are differences. There is a differences between men and women. In our book, we're talking about a concept where a male and a female are looking at the painting and they're visiting an art gallery. Now, they found themselves standing next to one another, studying a painting of an old country estate. They're looking at the elderly man sitting in a rocking chair on the front porch of a mansion with various barns serving as his background. The woman, without prompting, commented, "Oh, what a beautiful painting, so serene and peaceful, a beautiful blend of man and nature." The man commented in his response, "That barn looks like it's in a dire need of a paint job." So, of course, this is very simplistic. But two individuals, one man and one woman, they see two completely different things in the same painting. They see the same things, but they're drawn to different aspects, summarizing the artwork in two completely different ways. What role does our gender play? What role does our gender play in what we see or we don't see? Do women see things differently? And there's a lot of research indicating that is actually the case. And those differences play out in the workplace or across culture. The differences between males and females are well documented, including the brain processing. But do those differences translate into men and women viewing the world differently? Or is that something that our societies are conditioning us to do? We often hear of a gender bias. We know of studies that show women are viewed differently, treated differently, and paid differently than men. But we also know that there are men that are still predominantly in executive positions in businesses versus women. So the numbers may differ slightly from one country to another. So when it comes to understanding perception, we do have to acknowledge that gender differences do matter. So we often talk about the differences that researchers say may appear obscure, but demonstrate the differences between the two. For example, men focus on the mouth as they're talking to their counterparts, and they are more easily distracted by the movement of that person in comparison to the female counterparts. The women, in contrast, tend to shift their gaze between a speaker's eyes, their body, and frequently shift their gaze to other objects while talking. Also, in a setting, where women and men are witnessing a lecture, men are more likely to raise their hand and partake in the discussion prior to their female counterparts. Now, women tend to do so after someone else speaks first, and they tend to analyze more what they're going to say. In conclusion, in order to work more effectively in a global multicultural environment, a more conscious approach to being aware and better managing our perception is essential. We developed an EPIC process that I would like to share with you for just one split second. And this process is actually done upon completion of the perception index that we developed. But basically, the pieces of that EPIC process are: we're evaluating first, predicting next, interpreting, and then correlating. What we're doing is we're trying to prepare as to, sometimes consciously, sometimes not, what we're going to say, what we're trying to project, how we're trying others to perceive us. Then we're trying to predict how our message is received. Every time, all of those presenters today, as they're lecturing, as they're doing their presentation, they're hoping for a favorable outcome. They're hoping their presentation will be received favorably. Then we're interpreting this between each other as to what is being said, what is being done, the body language, the eye movement, the content of the presentations, trying to inject meaning. And then we're correlating all of this together. So part of the perception process is that we're continuously going through this, and being in power of our own perception is setting us on the path of global leadership. This concludes the formal part of my presentation. I would like to ask the audience if you have any questions. Okay, so seeing that there are no questions, I would like to thank the organizers one more time for inviting me. It is getting very late here on the East Coast, here in Florida. Have a beautiful conference, have a beautiful day ahead. I'll catch up the recording, and right now I will go to bed. So thank you everyone for your time and for your attention. Have a good conference.
Thank you so much, Mom. It was wonderful to have you. Have a great night. So next, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Syed Motwali, Department of Psychology, Faculty of Social Science and Liberal Arts, UCSI University, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Over to Ms. Adiba. She'll be taking care from now.
Okay. Good morning.
So,
I would like to give a background information. Wait. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So before we start, I would like to give a brief introduction about Dr. Syed Mutawalli. He obtained the Bachelor of General Psychology at Qazvin Payam Noor University in 2002 and Master of General Psychology at Islamic Azad University, Tehran, Research and Science Branch in 2006. He holds a doctoral degree in Educational Psychology at University Putra, Malaysia, UPM, in 2013. Dr. Syed attached to the Department of Psychology at Islamic Azad University in Iran from 2014 to 2019, and then joined the University Pendidikan Sultan Idris as a visiting senior lecturer in the Department of Psychology and Counseling Faculty of Human Development from 2019 to 2021. Then he joined as a research assistant in Faculty of Educational Studies, University Putra, Malaysia from 2020 to 2021. Since 2021, he has joined the Department of Psychology, Faculty of Social Sciences and Liberal Arts, UCSI University. He has been a lecturer for bachelor, master, and PhD students for more than 9 years and has collaborated as a main and co-researcher in national and international researches. Previous to that, he has experience as a counselor and psychologist in private and governmental clinics such as prison in Iran for more than 18 years. His area of expertise and background is in educational psychology, cognitive psychology, development psychology, learning theories, instruction models and strategies, assessment in education, research methodology, statistics, drug abuse treatment and prevention, individual counseling, and couple therapy on the base of RE and CBT, and many more. He has conducted numerous training workshops and seminars related to research, educational psychology, general psychology, study skills training, memory and learning, cognitive restructuring therapy, rational, emotive and behavioral therapy, cognitive behavior therapy, resiliency, and parenting styles. He has published several books and papers in journals, as well as presented at various conferences as keynote speaker and presenter. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Syed Mutawalli for his virtual workshop. Thank you.
Hello, dear respected researchers and also colleagues. I'm so happy to be in your conference in order to share my experiences. And for this reason, if Felicia give me the permission for sharing my PowerPoint. Okay. And in this case, today I want to share some of my experiences in order to develop module because this is very interesting and also important tools in psychology and also social sciences. With regards on my previous background in psychology, because as you mentioned, I have several years as a practitioners and also researchers and a lecturer in psychology field. For this reason, always I'm really interested to drag theory into practice. For this reason, module development is one of these purposes, because we are interested to develop some modules in order to help people to solve their real problems. In this case today, I want to focus on two different kinds of parts. One part, I will concentrate on some fundamental information related to science and modules. And the second part, I will concentrate on one of the recently modules that was called APPCR. This is we designed as one fundamental research grants in Malaysia for athletes. And in this case, first of all, I need to explain about science, because when we are going to talk about different kinds of issues in scientific fields and disciplines, we need to pay attention to the definition of science. As you know, science is the combination of two terms, empirical and also intellectual. Therefore, one domain, we need to concentrate on intellectual domains. And the other one, we need to conduct some experiments through one very certain framework. And in this case, for instance, if we want to consider in detail, we need to pay attention to different kinds of science, because in different branches, we can see basic science or applied science. As you know, psychology is applied science. And in this case, we need to prepare some documents, some tools, packages, protocols, or modules in order to help people to cope with their problems. And in this case, when we look at the definition of basic science, we can see the source of most scientific theories. Therefore, this is equivalent with intellectual. And the other one is applied science, using scientific discoveries to solve practical problems. In this case, we need to drag theory into practice. And in this case, if we pay attention to the definition of psychology, we can understand about psychology is scientific study of human behavior and mental processes. For instance, Dr. Jill mentioned that we are using of perception in our management. Yeah, perception is one of the mental processes, and always we say that this is interpretations of our sensations, because in psychology we have sensation and perceptions. Sensation, we are going to collect the information from our outside, and perception is the process in our mind. And therefore, in psychology, we are going to investigate about everything related to our mental processes and also everything that correlated with our behaviors. This behavior sometimes can be concentrated on individual behaviors and sometimes on collective behaviors, management behaviors, and so on. Therefore, in this case, we are going to investigate about different kinds of issues, but through a scientific method. And in scientific method, as you know, we need to consider about different kinds of study design or research design. And in this case, qualitative and quantitative could be considered as two main big branches we need to consider in our study. And at present, when we are going to apply for any reliable and significant researches, we need to consider mixed method, because we need to consider qualitative and also quantitative. And for module development, always we need to consider both of them, because we cannot just focus on qualitative and also we cannot just focus on quantitative approach. Today, as I mentioned, I'm going to talk about psychoeducational module development. Therefore, when I'm talking about psychoeducational, when we look at, because I'm cognitive psychologist and always I really interested to concentrate on the terms, because terms could be considered as a word, and these kinds of words could be considered as a symbol. They have a certain meaning. So if we look, and also for your information, language is another important criteria in psychology, and especially in cognitive psychology, we investigate a lot. So if we look at psychoeducational module, we can see psychoeducation consists of two different kinds of terms. One of them psychological part, and the other part could be concentrated on education. So in module or our preliminary package, we are going to focus on educate our participants in order to teach them some issues, some components related to psychological domains. Therefore, in this case, we are going to help them in order to solve their problems. We are going to teach them how to communicate better. We are going to teach them how to approach with different kinds of problems or issues. And sometimes self-assertiveness training could be considered one of these targets. So in this case, psychoeducational module sometimes could be divided on two different kinds of domain. One, psychotherapeutic, and the other one, educational intervention. If you look at my resume is focused on both of this domain, because I have so many years experience as a therapist. Therefore, psychotherapeutic aspects always I engage directly, and also educational interventions. As educational psychology, I also engage with different kinds of issues that was encountered in educations and educational psychology. Therefore, in this case, another domain we consider in psychoeducational module could be considered and engaged with health and also adaptive popping and collaboration between these different kinds of terms. For this reason, one of the recently modules is focused on mental health or well-being. And in this case, we need, if we want to develop some modules, what kinds of steps do we need in order to develop appropriate module? In this case, we need to consider essential steps. For instance, know your audience. First of all, we need to know about who is our audience, because if we don't have any clear information and knowledge related to our audience, we cannot prepare appropriate and suitable package or module for these kinds of audiences. Therefore, in this case, we need to consider who is or who are our audiences. They are children, they are students, they are adults, they are workers. Therefore, in this case, we need to consider who are our target groups. And the other one, break your topic into modules. In the rest of this presentation, you can see how we break one big goal to different objectives or small goals. Because with regards on some theories, and one of them that was related to one of the researcher at present, I forgot the name, this Smith. Smith, he mentioned that we have big goals, milestone goals, and short-term goals. Therefore, we need to have a big goals, and also we need to have a short milestone goals and short-term goals. And I will show you how we consider these different kinds of goals in our module development. So break your topic into modules. And the other one, plan your content formats. Because as an educator, we need to know how to prepare course outline, how to present our content, how to assess our students' learning output. And in this case, as educators, we are familiar with CLO, PLO, TLO, SLT. In module development, we need to consider all of these criteria because they are very essential and we need to know. The other one, add the knowledge checks, because we need to consider which kinds of content we are going to present. And responsive course content, I mentioned that we need to have a clear course content. And the other one, two important phases in planning research and especially developing modules. As you know, in psychology, we have different kinds of thinking styles. Two of them could be considered as divergent thinking style and convergent thinking style. In convergent, always we say that this is equivalent with IQ. And divergent, it means that we are thinking differently, and this is equivalent with creativity. And in module development, we need to consider and use both of these thinking styles, because we need to know how to solve the problem with regards on IQ, and also we need to propose new methods, new solutions for our existing problems. Therefore, this is another important issue we need to consider. And in this case, for convergent phase, we need to know which ones are desirable, which ones are compatible with each other, which ones will actually work in the situations and moves towards an action plan that can realistically operate. So, in this case, how to develop psychoeducational module? Refer to your previous observations, because with regards on the questions previous keynote speakers mentioned, we are going to perceive environment, and this perception depends on different information processing system. One of them could be top down and the other one bottom up. I think that this is very familiar and all of you are familiar with this process. Bottom up, we are going to collect information from our environment. In this case, we are going to monitor, we are going to observe our environment and try to collect the information. After that, we will send this one from bottom to up. Sometimes we are using of our previous experiences, our memory. And in this case, we are going to use of top-down. And in this case, our previous experiences and observations also can influence our processing information, problem solving, making decision, reasoning, judgment, thinking. Therefore, in this case, we need to consider first about our previous observations, because we need to look at which kinds of observations, relevant or irrelevant observations, direct or indirect observations we had in the past. The other one, we need to clarify our purpose. What is our target? What is our purpose? What is our goal or objectives? Because goal is very big and objectives, they are very small goals. In this case, we need to determine your methodology and design, because we need to know which kinds of methods and design, study design we are going to use. The other one, identify your theoretical framework. Without any theory, without any intellectual background, we cannot approach to module development. And in the rest, I can show you how we can use of these kinds of theories in our module development. And the other one, identify your conceptual framework, create your problem statement, create your hypothesis, and clarify your deliverables. These are the things we need to consider in develop modules. As you know, we have different kinds of methods because different experts and scientists, they propose different methods in order to develop the modules. But one of these methods, this is very clear and in details, consists of 3 phases. The first phase concentrate on analysis, information or needs analysis, because we need to analyze primarily data, primarily information. And in this case, we say that, okay, we have some ideas in our mind, and these are related to our previous observations and experiences. In this case, maybe we trapped in a biased approach, and maybe we try to evaluate everything on the basis of our own pre-assumptions. And in this case, we say that needs analysis can collect the data from our target. And in this case also, we need to use of qualitative methods in order to conduct interview with target group and also with experts. And I will show you how we are going to use of this one. And after that, phase 2, concentrate on design and development of our module. In this case, we need to design primitive framework of the modules with regards on our observations and also with regards on needs analysis. And formative evaluation, we need to conduct some group-based interview with experts in our field of study, and especially with regards to our target. And after that, conduct the information of subjects matter and deliverable process to target group and develop the module. And the third phase, evaluation phase or implementation phase, because we need to know, we test the validity and reliability of our module but how about the effectiveness of this one? Because we are going to develop this module in order to solve our clients or audience's problem. So we need to know it can work or cannot. Therefore, this is the implementation part, is the third part, and we are using of experimental design. If you look at this one, because today I don't have enough time in order to explain in detail, just I share the detailed steps of every phases. And also, if you are interested, you can have this PowerPoint after the conference. And if you need any more questions or any concerns related to module development, you can contact me whenever you would like. Because I'm really interested in order to develop modules, because I developed different kinds of modules, study skills training, cognitive restructuring, and also storytelling for resilience and adaptations with climate change, and psychophysical and cognitive restructuring modules for athletes. Therefore, in this case, I'm really interested to work on module development if you are interested. And in this case, the third phase, implementations, always we are using of quantitative study. And in this quantitative study, we need to consider some experimental design. And in this case, true experimental, quasi-experimental could be considered as our target. And also in needs analysis, we will have a depth interview and also group focus interview to collect the data. And also in the development of modules, we need to assess our modules on the basis of face validity and content validity by the expert. And in this case, we have different kinds of issues because the lack of time, I will jump about different kinds of issues such as module, content, development, acceptability. Acceptability is the quality of the developed modules which level to standard, and the other one, language, is another important criteria we need to consider in our development of modules. Presentations, how do we want to deliver our content to audiences, could be another criteria. Psychoeducation group therapy, for your information, always when we develop modules in social sciences and also in psychology, we need to know about some information related to group therapy, because in this case always we present modules for a group of people, and in this case we need to know about some information related to group therapy, such as T group, such as how to manage, how to use a facilitators, and how to try to deliver your information to the audiences. Therefore, these are important terms and agreement. And the other one, the second part, I want to share some of our experiences related to psycho-physical and cognitive restructuring module on athletes' mental health. If you see, you can see we are going to focus on psychological, we are going to focus on physical, and also we are going to use of cognitive restructuring in order to enhance athletes and especially university students, athletes' mental health and well-being. So in this case, we proposed one modules, and this module consists of different kinds of sections. For instance, first, APPCR or athletes psycho-physicals and cognitive restructuring modules focus on three different kinds of domains. First domain, physical training. The second domain, psychological training. And the third one is cognitive restructuring. For your information, cognitive restructuring is one of the methods and in psychotherapy in order to restructure your mind. And in this case, we are going to substitute some faulty thinking with rational ones. And in this case, we propose different kinds of sub-modules. For instance, in this case, we propose 6 different kinds of sub-modules. The first one related to introduction about the whole or entire of our purpose. The second sub-module focus on physical approach in order to teach audiences about different characteristics, and in this case 6 characteristics such as strength, coordination, endurance, balance, speed, and flexibility will be presented to our audiences, and these our audiences could be athletes. And the third sub-modules focus on psychological approach with 4 characters. And the first one is responsibility, confidence, control, and concentration. As you know, we can consider more psychological characters, but with regards on previous studies, because literature always is very important, we prefer to use of these 4 characters in order to influence mental health and well-being of athletes. The other one, sub-module 4, focus on cognitive approach, because in this cognitive approach, because in cognitive restructuring, we concentrate on 2 domains. One, cognitive approach, and the other one, behavior approach. In cognitive approach, 4 characters through 4 different kinds of activities consider to present, and in behavior, we propose 5 characters. If you look at the activities we propose for cognitive restructuring in the cognitive approach subdomains, we can see thought stoppage, reframing, positive self-talk, and mindfulness techniques. Therefore, these are the things we are going to teach our audiences in order to enhance their mental health. And on the other hand, in behavioral approach, we are going to propose exposure therapy, because we have different kinds of exposure therapy, imaginary and also in vivo exposure therapy, and also thought records, activity scheduling, relaxation, and role playing. And the last submodule could be considered as conclusion or ending sessions or group reflection. And in this case, I want to rebriefing related to APPCR. What is it? Athletes' psychophysical and cognitive restructuring training is increasingly acknowledged as an essential skill to cope with stressful circumstances before, during, and after the sport competitions. This module assists university athletes and students to enhance their well-being and performance through psychoeducational group therapy. And in this case, we supported our idea and our modules with some information related to the importance and significance of mental health and well-being, and how these kinds of terms can be investigated in psychology. We focus on the highlighting of the importance of physical education and also sport, how for instance, physical activity is presumed to be the foremost cause of hypertensive illness and disorders, which are estimated to cause 2 million deaths per year. And in this case, we also try to develop our modules with regards on one of main and very prominent models or theory in psychology and also health that was related to biopsychosocial model, or sometimes we say that we can add also one more component, biopsychosocial and spiritual model. This model first time presented by Engel in 1977 in the WOH. And after that, we try to look at human, especially health, mental or physical, and also social health in entire terms. And the other one, in this module, we try to use three different kinds of theoretical background. And in this case, biopsychosocial or BPS, as I mentioned, is one of the prominent theoretical framework in our study. The other one, deficit skills theory. Deficit skills theory is presented in cognitive psychology, and also this we say that the lack of information and knowledge always can create some problems and maladaptive behaviors among audiences. And the other one, sport confidence theory, concentrate on athletes' beliefs and degree of certainty. And in this case, we can see when we are talking about beliefs, talking about uncertainty, always we are talking about some cognitive processes or mental processes. Therefore, cognitive restructuring is a very good solution for this case. So I mentioned this one, some of the objectives: understand the well-being and mental health and its effects on the students' physical health and sport performance could be considered as one of our objectives of APPCR. Understand physicalizing such as strength, coordination, endurance, balance, speed, and flexibility. Identify psychological training such as responsibility, confidence, control. And in this case, we are going to teach some rational, emotive, and cognitive behavior therapy, or rational, emotive behavior therapy and CBT. Therefore, these are the terms we try to teach. And also through this module, we try to teach different kinds of terms. For instance, we are going to use of REBT, SRR in our modules, and in this case, we use of systematic rational restructuring and other methods such as REBT in order to teach how they can create some disputing or challenges with some irrational beliefs. And in this case, cognitive restructuring can play a significant role in this case. So in this case, with regards on A, B, C, D, E model, we are going to focus on activators or anticidators. After that, beliefs. Then we need to identify the consequences of these beliefs and also activators. And then we need to use of some methods and techniques in order to dispute these irrational beliefs. And finally, we need to give some effective new philosophy to our participants. Therefore, in this case, we will use of different methods such as Socratic questioning and so on. In SSR, we can see we will focus on some methods such as imaginable rehearsal training in order to conduct some systematic rational restructuring. This is a very brief explanation about my presentation related to module development, and especially in APPCR, one of our current projects in Malaysia. It's a collaboration between University Putra Malaysia and UCSI University. And if you have any questions, it's my appreciate to reply your questions. Okay. Okay, no question. If you have any idea in order to develop modules, I think that we can work as a matching grants in the future. Okay, thank you. I cannot hear, we cannot hear you. Please unmute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Saidin Tawali, for your workshop on psychophysical and cognitive restructuring module on athletes' mental health. Thank you so much for this. So I would like to request all physical participants for a group photo and virtual participants, if you could kindly switch on your cameras. So there will be a group photo taken. Virtual participants, kindly turn on your camera for a group photo. Thank you.
Request to all the virtual participants to switch on your camera on the Zoom. Yes, thank you so much.
Mubina, can you please take the group photo?
Yes, yes, I'm ready.
Hey. Mubina, let us know when it's done.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. I would like to request the participants for tea coffee breaks for 10 minutes, and we can start from there. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Now, I would like to introduce Mr. Arthur Gogatse. He will be our virtual speaker. Mr. Arthur Gogatse, Associate Professor, King Mongoose Institute of Technology, Lat Krabang, and General Director, World Innovation Team, Lat Krabang, Bangkok, Thailand, to deliver his keynote speech. Arthur Gogatse is an associate professor at King Mongoose Institute of Technology, Lat Krabang in Bangkok, Thailand, and director of World Innovation Team LLC, an international consulting firm based in California, USA, and Bangkok. He has over 30 years of university teaching experience, mostly at the graduate level. He has over 20 years of consulting, training, and coaching experience. His main teaching and research areas are creativity and innovation in business, design thinking, change management, and crisis management. He has taught in 24 different countries worldwide and lectured at 45 institutes. His background and education were in the fine and performing arts and in business. He studied in the US and France and has lived in North America, South America, Europe, and Asia. From New York City, he has previously a corporate account executive, creative director, and vice president. He is a frequent keynote speaker at international conferences, especially in Southeast Asia. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite you for your keynote speech.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I'm very, very happy to be with you all today. That's always an honor. Thank you much. I'd like to talk today about innovation and how it is in business, in academia, and also in the sciences. So I really want to touch on some certain points. Let's see if we can do a screen share with you. Would be great. Okay. Great. Okay. One of the things I'd like to point out very early is that innovation in all its forms, whether we use the word innovate, innovation, or innovative, lately, the last few years, that's about all you hear. I basically said innovation is one of the most tossed about words going on right now in the world. Most firms, most schools have innovation centers, innovation labs. It's pretty much a buzzword all over. Also, we can say that creativity innovation is usually on the list of the most in-demand skills in business, but in all areas for the next 10 years. And makes it on the list with complex problem solving, critical thinking, ideation, etc. But there is a problem. When we look at the results of these innovative centers and ideation centers, they're not that good. And a lot of the areas, at least if we look at business, McKinsey famously said in a big survey before COVID, 84% of global executives agree that innovation is really important, but most are not very happy with the results. When was the most creative period in history? It's a good question. Nobody really has a good answer, though. The prevailing answer is, we don't know. When we look, people say the Renaissance, and they go back and say, okay, Industrial Revolution. Maybe, but there's no real period that was most creative. We can agree that today there's more of a demand for innovation and creativity than ever before. The demand is at an all-time high. When you look at the job descriptions of most jobs today, especially on the executive level, they all ask for their candidates to be creative. But the demand is there, but the supply is not increasing. Statistically, people are not more creative today than they were 50 years ago, 100 years ago, or any time in history. This is a statistic comes from the American Management Association, and it's a revealing one because it says while children are usually highly creative, 90% the estimate is, only 2% of adults are. And this points up a big problem in the world in terms of creativity innovation. We can say, and it is said, everyone is creative. I mean, I hear this all over, but that's a problem. And I basically say it's well-intentioned to say everyone is creative, but it's misleading. Reality is everyone was creative as a child, but not really as an adult. Firms and most institutions assume that everybody, all the adults, are still creative, and they just need a little push, or they need the right environment, a relaxed environment, and they'll be creative. I did some consulting just before COVID. It was in Vietnam, in Hanoi, and it was consulting in creativity innovation for one of the biggest companies in Vietnam, actually the largest private company in Vietnam, happened to be a company called Vingroup, who was a super successful company in Vietnam. And they wanted me to do training for their managers. And my first question, of course, was, how much time are you going to give me? They said 1 day. I said, okay. I was going to train 8 or 9 different groups, and they had 100 people in each group, which means the groups were large. My first meeting with the people at Vingroup, the executive vice president of the company said, all my managers have MBAs, therefore they're all creative. And my stomach just sank, because studying an MBA doesn't make you creative. The reality is, yes, we can, as adults, we can learn to be more creative than we are and go back to a lot of the creativity we had as children, but it takes more than a day, and it takes more than a little push or a tweak of the environment. And the problem is most companies, institutions, and schools are not willing to go through all of that to change the way people think, to change a mindset. You can't do it in a few days. And most people and most institutions just say, I'm creative, you're creative, okay, fine. But the reality is, no. There's an interesting comment. It comes actually, I think it's attributed to a British politician and writer who said, problem is not that they can't see the solution. The problem is they don't see the problem. Einstein famously said that you need a new way of thinking. Well, we'll get into that in a minute. If we say, and we can say all my managers are creative because they have MBAs, we can also say, well, all my managers can run, therefore they can run a marathon. No. In order to run a marathon, at a competitive marathon, you need a lot of training. So, I mean, I basically are looking at a parallel between this type of thinking. While we agree, okay, not everyone can run a competitive marathon without training, most companies and institutions still cling to most of the people here can be creative with just a little bit of a change. I teach innovation, teach it at the university level, usually at the MBA level. And occasionally I'm asked to teach a class called Managing Innovation. I just recently taught one here in Bangkok, taught one in Myanmar. Before that, What's wrong with the title of this course? That's my first question to my students. They arrive for a class of managing innovation. It's going to be semester-long course. And my first question is, what's wrong with the title of this course? And surprisingly, most students don't give me a good answer. What is the answer? All innovation comes from people. Therefore, managing innovation is off because it sort of makes the idea that innovation's a thing that we can control and we can manage. Title of the course better would be Managing Innovative People. And that brings us into a different idea. This is a definition, dictionary definition of the word management. And you can read what it says. Now, that gets into controlling and directing. And as I mentioned to you a few minutes ago, Einstein famously said, it's difficult to manage something new using old techniques. So that means that if you're going to really get innovation going, you've got to be able to change mindsets and how you deal with that subject. And most companies try to deal with innovation or innovative people using the old way of thinking and the old school. It doesn't really work. Famously, in innovation, there's something called rule number one. And rule number one says there are no rules. When you tell that to a group of people or a class of students, they basically have two reactions. One, oh my God, frightens them. Or, yes. Now, the creative people go, yes. And everybody else goes, oh my God. Famous quote from Thomas Edison, of course, famous inventor, who said, no rules here. We're trying to invent something. Now, of course, we need rules. But when we need to be creative and inventive, you've got to basically get rid of the boundaries, push everything out. Companies and institutions and schools are very bad at doing that. Yet we want to have innovative people, but we don't let them push the rules away and change things and say that so you start to see that what we're doing is we're asking people to be innovative, but we're really severely handicapping them by saying, yeah, we still have to go with the normal rules and regulations and red tape and all that. And we can't say anything that maybe be offensive, but yes, we want innovation. Doesn't work. But then we go back to the findings of our executives who say, yes, we want innovation, but the results have been pretty bad. Okay. How about a couple of other definitions? Well, the definition dictionary again of innovation says conception, introduction of a new idea, method, or device. What are the problems? New is a problem. Why? Well, when we look at marketing, marketing tells us most firms, a lot of them, big ones, successful ones, Nestle, Procter & Gamble, have failure rates for new products often over 50%. Now, these companies are very smart. They do a lot of research. They spend a lot of time and a lot of money to develop new products. They should have good success rates. No. Why? People don't take immediately, or they take very slowly often to new things. There's a new company out there. It's called Joe's Cola. Really good product, cheaper than Coke and Pepsi. What's the reaction from people? I don't know Joe. I don't know that product. I'll take Coke. Okay. Same brings security. New, more anxiety. I had a former student of mine here in Bangkok, and she was a very good student. And after she finished her MBA, She was working for a very big American company here in Bangkok. And she was working in marketing. And she said to me one day, oh, I have to go the weekend to Hua Hin. Hua Hin is a beach resort south of Bangkok. Not as far as Phuket, but on the way. I said, oh, wonderful. You can go for the weekend to the seminar. That's great. She said, no, I don't want to go. I said, why? She said, I'm the only one from my department. She worked for a big company. She said, I'm the only one from my department going. I don't know anybody. I don't want to go. I said, well, wonderful. You're going to meet people. Besides, it's the same company. These are people with the same background as you. And, you know, she said, no, I don't want to go. I like my team. I don't want to meet people. Now, this is a business executive with an MBA. I don't want to meet people, is what she said. I get that a lot. How many friends do you have? How many friends have you made yesterday? How many friends have you made last week? I don't mean on Facebook. Facebook doesn't count. Statistically, as we get older, we make fewer and fewer friends. In fact, statistically, early 20s are the time when we make the most friends. And as we get older, no. And creativity and innovation is all about opening up and experiencing new things and looking for inspiration everywhere. When you teach children and you ask for a volunteer, you have a group, everybody volunteers, me. When you teach adults, when I taught the groups in Vietnam, 100 people, I asked for a volunteer. How many of the 100 people volunteered? 2 or 3 out of 100. Sometimes when I teach, I just hold out my hand to my students. Just one student, let's say, by random. I say, here, take my hand. Let's go. Now, these are my own students. How many of them take my hand? Not many. Some of them say, Professor, where are we going to go? And my answer is, if you have to know, we're not going to go anywhere. Because this is exactly what happens. We, as adults, want to know, if I volunteer, what am I volunteering for? What's going to happen? They want to know the results before they do anything. Children have a different attitude. It's not the same thing. And COVID has taught us you can't be sure. You don't know what's going to happen. The old business model that we used for centuries was built on certainty. But COVID is basically says there is no certainty. Good quote comes from a French writer. And of course, he said, man wants to learn how to swim and still keep one foot on the ground. That means we want innovation, but we don't want to take any chances. We don't want to take any risks, and we don't want to do anything new. Now you start to see why we have the results that we have in terms of innovation. Last definition that I'm going to give you today, but still, I mean, we always can have a lot of information with definitions. This one is on research. It's a good definition, but I highlighted the word new. It comes up all the time. This basically says, if you're working as a researcher, and most professors are, you're involved with new things. But difficult to go in and try new techniques, new things. What are universities pushing? Get an article out there and get it accepted at a certain type of journal, and then do another and another, but not really involved in coming up with something new or important. My students here, because I teach in Thailand. I still have teaching that I do in Hong Kong, Vietnam, India. They don't ask enough questions. I always tell them, ask more questions, challenge more things. They don't ask, why do we have a textbook? They don't ask, why don't we have a textbook? They don't ask hardly anything. When you teach in some countries, the students ask more. But even when I teach in Europe and the US, students don't ask enough questions either. And this goes back to research because we should be really inquisitive. Go back to children. Children ask 5 times the amount of questions that an adult does every day. And there's a very good statement. It says, people have 2 reasons for doing anything, a good reason and the real reason. Researchers need to find out the real reason. In fact, we do. Otherwise, we don't understand why anything is happening. Basis of creativity innovation, and this is important, is to be able to consistently, not occasionally, but consistently see things from different points of view. How does your husband see it? How does your wife see it? How do your children see it? Your boss, your colleagues, everybody. We don't usually do that. We don't link what we see. We don't connect things enough. Creativity is all about connection. Steve Jobs famously said, creativity is just finding the connections between things. To do that, you have to make your world as big as you can. You've got to be interested in everything, everyone. You got to ask and want to see. Einstein famously said, I have no talent. I'm just passionately curious. That is at the result of creativity innovation, and also all researchers. You've got to be passionately curious about everything, not just your one area. Why? Because you don't get inspiration from narrowing down. You get inspiration from what is happening half a world away in an industry you never heard of. That is where you get ideas from. Foundation of creativity innovation on both the institutional and personal levels, because they're totally connected. You can't really separate them all. Many people say, oh, my work is creative, but when I get home, no, sorry. If you are creative, you're creative 24/7. You don't have to be because you don't need it, but you are. You're not like get to the office and magically put on a creative suit. No, you're the same person you are at home, at work. So you need always to open up your interests, your mind, your physical world, and the people in your life. Creative people really embrace lifelong learning. Why? Because you really don't want to have a day goes by that you don't learn something from someone, from something. Yet, as we get older, most people narrow their worlds. They specialize, education, they harden their beliefs, they defend themselves rather than say, well, let me think about that, let me consider that. In fact, and especially here in Asia, families don't help all the time. Why? Well, when you get to be my age, what do people say? Oh, take it easy. Don't do anything new. Don't try to do anything more physically, mentally. You know, we help our parents and grandparents. Oh, I'll do that for you. I'll do the taxes for you. I'll help you with that. No, don't help them. They need to do more and more, not less and less. And that's without talking about dementia and all the things that are coming in now. Yeah, if you can. If you can't, no. But if you can, try to do more and more all the time. Desire to control everything, which we get in business all the time and in academia all the time, kills your creativity because it reduces the size of your world to a size you feel you can manage. Unfortunately, that's a very small world. So the whole idea is open up to new people, new things, and new experiences. A student asked me the other day in class, they said, what would you like to teach next semester? As this semester, I was teaching strategy to them anyway in that class. My answer was anything I've never taught before. Why? Because I'll have to do preparation, I'll have to learn, and it'll be more exciting. Same is what most people call a comfort zone. You can make your comfort zone really bigger. In fact, I've lived all over the world, as they said in the introduction. And a couple of years ago, somebody asked me a really difficult question. You know what the question was? Where do you live? Before COVID, I used to take a plane every month, go someplace to teach. I'm in Bangkok now, but I don't really consider I live here. I have family in California, US. I lived in France for 15 years. I lived in Vietnam. When I go back to Vietnam, it feels like home. When I go back to Hong Kong, I live there, it feels like home. Yeah, you've got to always expand rather than contract. It's an important thing in innovation, but also in academia. Interesting quote, actually a fascinating quote, comes from Henri Matisse, a famous French artist. And he said, difficult to paint a rose because in order to do so, you have to forget all the other flowers you've ever seen. And it's true. We do same. In order really to look at innovation, we've got to look at things as if we were looking at it for the very first time. Wow, that you've never seen this before. Yeah, it's something you've seen before, but look at it in a new way. Interesting question. What's the worst thing that can happen to you right now? Well, if you ask this to a group of students, the answer is always a problem. Oh, I get a heart attack, I get sick, I get news that somebody in my family is in trouble. They imagine a problem. When you ask a highly creative person this, often you get a different answer. The answer that a creative person might give you is, the worst thing that can happen is that nothing happens. I don't learn. I sit here for 3 hours and I didn't learn anything. Which means I want every day to be wow, like a kid. Difference in attitude. Now, when you have that attitude and we go back to business and we go back to institutions where we have to apply old style thinking, which is not that, now we start to see why it's difficult to manage creative people. Quote from a former vice president innovation at Coca-Cola, he just said, because companies are have it difficult, they're built on control. Therefore, the uncertainty and risk involved in innovation makes it difficult. Now, he's a vice president of innovation, but he realized, yeah, when you have a structure that's very built on certainty, makes it difficult. Institutions want innovation, but they also want control. That's like driving a car, wanting to go faster, but you won't take your foot off the brake. This is the way innovation is treated in most institutions. They want it, but you got to still maintain the controls, still maintain the red tape, still maintain. No, difficult to do when you're looking at new things. It's said that the idea that's not dangerous is not really an idea at all. Anything you come up with that's new is going to be dangerous and threatening for a lot of people. And if you work in innovation, you've got to accept that you're not going to do everything and people are going to do wonderful all the time. It's just because it's new and it's valuable, it's also to some people dangerous. This is a McKinsey conclusion. McKinsey, of course, famous consulting company on innovation. That it can only happen if people are willing to question and challenge the operating structure of what they've got. Most people, what they call stir the pot, which means they just rearrange what's there and they call it innovation. It's partial, it's tepid innovation, it's small innovation, but it's not really. And basically, if you look at change management, it says, first principle of change, you have to be willing to change everything. In order to change anything, you have to be willing to change everything. Most companies are not. First question I have when I go into a company as a consultant is, what can't I touch? And when they give me the list, I know it's going to be tough, because you got to be able, and this goes back to what they call design thinking, change anything. Almost to the end of the presentation, because I know we always are concerned with time here. What stops innovation? Success. Companies, when they're successful, Starbucks said it. Howard Schultz famously said, we were so successful, it screwed us up because we thought we know how to do everything, and we got too cocky and too sure of ourselves. Layers of bureaucracy. Yeah. Control. Gatekeepers. Who are gatekeepers? They're people that keep you away from the boss, keep you away from the important people. Anybody who's not accessible, there's a problem for that. Why? Because then they're limiting their world to a few advisors. Yeah, you go, we go practicality, but still, you can learn from anybody. And because one of the very important things, creativity is not a byproduct of education or intelligence. Anybody in any job can have a good idea. Lack of transparency is one of the big problems with innovation. Lack of communication. We don't communicate enough. We don't, and again, go back to, we don't ask a lot of questions. Dominant logic is something that you don't question because everybody accepts it. Taboos. Again, that goes back into society. Sunflower means tell the boss what he wants to hear. And of course, fear of not being in control and of not really being competent. Just want to throw this out. It's one of the last parts we're going to look at. There is something which they call the 100-to-1 ideation process. It involves brainstorming. Usually adults, when they have to come up with an idea, they start with a weak, acceptable idea and gradually, really slowly make it stronger. If we imagine a scale of 1 to 100, the adult usually begins at 1, okay? 2, 3, 4, 5, all these are acceptable, practical ideas. And because of time and money, you can only go so far. So their final idea may be number 26 on a scale of 1 to 100. The highly creative start with the impossible, the radical, the crazy, and they don't strengthen it, they weaken it. So they start at 100 and they work backwards. Their final solution may be 62. 62 for the average adult who is going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is not even imaginable because they never even realize it exists. There is a very famous statement, which I believe is Clarke's second law, which is to know what's possible, you first have to go to the impossible and come backwards. Most people are scared by the word impossible. If you throw the word impossible out at a meeting, it just kills everything. Why? We don't even deal with that. But everything today that's possible in the past was considered impossible. And so you can't be turned off or frightened or ignore that. I only wanted to talk about certain things, but a lot of the things that I did flag up for you are really important. We unfortunately consider that we're working in innovation today, and we're doing things innovatively. And I'll leave you with the thought, yes, you can all run, but can you run very fast? Can you run very far? The answer for most people is no. So there's a big difference between being a professional and being an amateur. And I think today, a lot of the people who are working in innovation, when I look at them and talk to them, oh my God, not really. And why? Because most people lost their creativity and their openness and their enthusiasm for everything and for life. And they're just there, and they may have the title of innovation director, but it doesn't really mean much. You've got to really take a good look at what's involved in being innovative. Most people and most companies are just scratching the surface, but not really doing much. And I think we got to really agree and look at, let people break barriers, let them go further, stop holding them back. Most people that I know who work in innovation are being held back by the institution and by themselves, and they're not really doing much. Yeah, are they fooling themselves? To a degree. But they got to go further. And creativity, innovation is all about one thing. Go as far as you can. When you get there, you'll see further. But go as far as you can. Don't let them hold you back, because they will. And the institution will. And the society will. Thank you all. Anybody with a question? Usually there are not too many, but you never know. Anybody with a question? I usually say to my class, if there are no questions, that means you're all hungry.
Yeah, I have a comment. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I perfectly agree with you, but I'm afraid you use a lot of absolute words. And in fact, in reality, creativity, the way I know it, it requires a lot of energy. I mean, psychological energy. It requires safety. And it requires also a society which accepts it. And you said as we grow up, we become less creative. And I would say this is for a reason. First of all, because we learned that the world is not safe. In reality, that people can take advantage of our ideas and our time. That's why we don't volunteer, for example. And that's why we don't let children run the society, because they don't have the experience. So what I mean is that basically we live in a society which wants creativity in a box. And on the other hand, they try to control almost everything, even in terms of academia. We are trying to get more and more specialized. If we try to write a paper which is interdisciplinary, we find very few journals which accept it. So how do you see this contradiction in which, in reality, you encourage people to be creative and to engage in new things, and the society which in reality is doing completely different incentive and different structures? So how can we fight with it? Thank you.
It's an excellent question, sir. I really appreciate it. That's fantastic. It's okay. The question is complicated, but let me try not to give a semi-simple answer to you. What I didn't mention in the talk, just because there is really no time for it, is that highly creative people have two different worlds. They have the reality of this world, which we're all in, and we have to deal with institutions and people and everything. And okay. And then we have a mental world, which is no judgment and no rules. And we visit that for inspiration. We don't expect people to be creative. We don't expect everything. We expect it to be what it is, really. But we can go to that world and we realize when we need to be creative, we can be. Most people, when they need to be creative, they can't be. And that's what I'm basically trying to get across, because I think the only way we're going to be able to change any institution or any society is by the people. I always say, if you want to change culture, you've got to hire people who are open to what you want, and they will change it. So basically, there's not much innovation going on. It's very, very small. And I totally agree with you about all of the ideas and the journals and the pressure. I always, just from a very personal point of view, take exception to the fact that the universities want us to publish, not for us, not for our students, because the students don't understand what the heck we're doing. It's just for their own purposes, so they can say, okay, our professors have published blah, blah, blah. So it's basically for their own purposes. And that is the way society is put together, and that we can teach our students that to learn and to understand it. But by the same token, if our students don't change the world, nobody will. I don't think we're going to do it. We're probably too old, but I always tell my MBA students, go out and change Thailand, because if you don't do it, nobody's going to do it. And they say, yeah, that's too big a job. And then I say, well, yeah, but you got to try. I only tell my students, I don't care about your results. I want you to try. And if we try, yeah, we won't make it. We won't succeed, but we got to try. The worst thing is don't try. That's all we can do. That's all we can do that's all we can do as a creative person. Wake people up and get them to try.
Thank you very much. It was a very good presentation. Very enjoyed very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to keep in touch? That would be wonderful. I love to talk to people about.
I'll email you if possible. I work in the south of France, so I'm very interested in innovation. And as you said, it's
that's very good
buzzword.
That's
it's a
very
buzzword. We use it everywhere, but we're not really applying it. So thank you again.
But that's very good too, because I work for a university in France also. I lived in France a long, long time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Merci. Merci bien. Anybody else? No? Then I thank everybody for your time. And anybody else? No? Okay. I think one person talking, but I don't hear what he says. If you unmute, you won't be heard. No? Okay. Who is the moderator? No? Anybody? Hello? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arthur. So, yes. with Dr. Arthur's speech, the session ends. Now we can start the technical physical presentation. But for that, I would like to invite Dr. V.V. Pavan Kumar T, Associate Professor, Electrical and Electronics Engineering, KG Reddy College of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad, India. He will be joining us virtually and he will be the chair for this session. Dr. V.V. Pavan Kumar T. Can you hear me, Dr. Pavan? Don't see him here. Here. No. It seems to be some technical difficulty. Dr. Pavan is not here with us currently, but I would start the physical presentation. Now I would like to invite Dr. Vinay Agarwal to present his paper on performance assessment and statistical analysis of waste glass powder, incorporated concrete mixes. Thank you. Stay with us. Doing all this. I'll keep it very short. Okay, we all take 10 minutes for each person, right? Not long.
Good morning, everyone. I will present performance assessment and statistical analysis of waste glass powder incorporated concrete mixes. Okay, I'll be presenting my paper on performance assessment and statistical analysis of waste glass powder incorporated concrete mixes. I'm a research professor at MNIT, Jaipur, India. This is my profile, biography. The contents of presentation will be abstract introduction, what is waste glass powder, aims of this research, materials, methodology, followed by results and conclusions of this research. This incorporation of waste material into concrete mixes, it leads to a change in the overall behavior of the material, and as such, it needs thorough analysis before it is being put into use. This study focused on the performance assessment of the concrete mixes prepared using waste glass powder, which is as a partial replacement of the fine aggregate, which is sent to contribute towards sustainable material generation. This paper is attempting to incorporate multiple statistical tools to attain fruitful deductions on the interdependencies of the significant constituents of the different concrete mixes considered. What is concrete? It is basically a composite material which is mainly composed of the Portland cement, different sizes of the aggregates, which may be fine, which may be coarse, water, as well as chemical admixtures. The use of naturally deposited resources for concrete has increased, which has made concrete as one of the major contributors to the carbon footprint of the most buildings and infrastructure assets. However, it is also one of the most efficient quick win measures for reducing the amount of carbon that is embodied in the product. The production of more environmentally friendly concrete mixtures has potential to substantially cut down on the carbon footprint, which is left by the construction industry. The use of leftover byproducts and wastage in the construction materials as concrete substitute, it is an attractive alternative to disposal and an environmentally friendly solution to the challenges of overuse and scarcity of non-renewable natural resources throughout the world. Only in India, millions of tons of waste glass is produced annually. One effective way to prevent the waste glass from ending up in landfills and reducing pollution is to use it in concrete. Utilizing waste glass may help in reducing the use of natural sources and greenhouse gases. It is a type of waste which is produced by manufacturing, commercial and residential sectors both. This waste glass powder, which is basically composed of silica, alumina, iron oxide, calcium carbonate, sodium chloride, and water. It can be used as a substitute for natural river sand, which is banned in India. With properties like high density, low cost, non-toxic and environment friendly, waste glass product has become a popular choice for the researchers to use this material in the concrete. It can be used for a variety of purposes, including identifying opportunities, research interpretations, statistical modeling, and designing surveys and studies. The aim of this research is to determine the significance of waste glass powder, fine aggregates, and water cement ratio on the results of experimental tests. This study employs statistical equations to predict the interrelationship among properties of concrete with reference to individual components. For this purpose, a general linear model for the analysis of variance, ANOVA, and a linear regression model was adopted to investigate the interaction between the parameters and how each variable affects the others. All these materials which were used in this study were locally sourced from the Rajasthan, India. Cement is PPC, Portland Pozzolana cement, which is fly ash paste, coarse aggregates, then fine aggregates. For this glass powder which was used was from beverage bottles which were collected from the nearby urban areas. And after washing and drying these bottles, they were crushed in the ball mill. The specimens were prepared using 1:2:4, cement is to fine aggregate is to coarse aggregate. Fine aggregates was the glass, waste glass powder. And the replacements were prepared using fine aggregates with glass powder as 5% to 25%. Then laboratory testing was done for workability and compressive strength. And to check the influence of the replacement of compressive strength of the concrete by changing the water cement ratio, a two-way ANOVA analysis was carried out. And all the data which are gathered from the experiments performed in the laboratory were analyzed and processed on Origin Pro 2022B software. The workability of concrete increased marginally with increase in the replacement of glass powder to 20% replacement levels. It is marginally increased. Then the variation in compressive strength between control concrete and waste glass powder based concrete for curing times of 7 days and 28 days strength, it is evident from these two graphs, bar charts. The results shows that using glass powder in the place of natural river sand improved the compressive strength of the concrete during the early stages of curing when compared to the controlled mix of all water cement ratios. And it was also found that compressive strength was deteriorating as the percentage of replacement surged after 28 days of curing. To check the influence of the replacement percentage on the workability of the concrete mixes, a linear regression analysis was carried out between the two equations. Based on the slump values, a correlation coefficient R square was found as 0.904. That means there existed a strong direct correlation between workability and percentage replacement of sand by the waste glass powder. Based on the F ratios which were obtained from the ANOVA analysis, it was observed that both the water cement ratio and percentage replacement had a significant effect on the compressive strength of the waste glass powder based concrete mixes. Additionally, it was also observed that interaction between the replacement level and water cement ratio was also significant, ascertaining the fact that the overall configuration of the mix was greatly altered by the introduction of the waste glass powder. Based on this study, we derived the conclusions that as the replacement percentage of waste glass powder in the fine aggregates increases, the slump of the newly produced concrete specimen increases marginally. However, the workability remains within the medium range of 50 to 100 mm slump. At 10% replacement level, early and later age strength values have smallest detrimental effect on the compressive strength. The waste glass powder's workability and strength are dependent on the particle geometry. To improve the solid waste management, conserve sand and make concrete more sustainable, this material can replace up to 10% of the weight of sand in concrete at lower water cement ratios. There was a positive direct correlation between slump and percentage of waste glass powder, which is replaced by the sand. And the compressive strength of the replacement mixes was significantly affected by both water to cement ratio and amount of replacement of the sand by the waste glass powder according to ANOVA analysis. Thank you. Any questions, please? Thank you. Yes, Adiba, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Vinay Agarwal. That was a very informative presentation on performance assessment and statistical analysis of waste glass powder incorporated concrete mix. Next, I would like to invite Kalin Gurao for his presentation on digital micro-entrepreneurship in the online rental market. Thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. Let me just share my screen to identify where it is.
Hello, everyone. Mr. Pawan, Dr. Pawan couldn't join today, so we have Mrs. Sonali Gulati, Associate Professor, New Delhi Institute of Management, to chair the session. Yes, sir, you can continue. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. It is my pleasure to meet you all today and all the very best. I hope we see some refined research work.
Thank you.
Now it's fine. Can you hear me? All right. I'll start again. Sorry for this. It's just some technical issues. So as I said, the paper that I submitted to this conference, it's work in progress. And it is work in progress for a very simple reason, because of the COVID pandemic. As you all know, the COVID has created problems in academic research, and especially in this area of study, because the online rental market, and especially the Airbnb platform, they were not able to function properly for a while. So therefore, these digital micro-entrepreneurs that we're trying to investigate and to interview in order to collect data, they were not able really to work properly during the last 18 months. However, since about 3 months ago, we restarted to do this research. And for the moment, I'm going to present what we have. And of course, inviting you, if you're interested, also to collaborate in this research as well, because I think it's a very important topic. So what is the background of this research? We all know that like about 15, 20 years ago, the world economy has created a new sector, which was related with the internet. There were more and more online platforms that started, for example, with eBay, that started with Craigslist, and then you had a number of other platforms that became very famous and which developed very, very quickly at global level. And one of these platforms is Airbnb. And I'm sure that everybody knows Airbnb. It's one of the largest platforms today. It's largest than most of hotel chains, and it offers a huge number of rental possibilities in most of the countries in the world. It is also a platform which threatens the existing business models of traditional players, such as hotels or bed and breakfast in some countries, and which is also militating to change the legislation in this area in order to create advantages for their own members, which are the micro-entrepreneurs. And these micro-entrepreneurs are renting their space to people who want to come and live there for a while. In some cases, it's just for 24 hours. In some other cases, you can rent for a few months, or sometimes probably even a few years if you really want to. So this sharing economy, in fact, it's something that has been created because of three important elements. First of all, the sharing economy, it's connecting people. It represents a network of actors and social groups. For example, through the Airbnb platform, all the people that have rental space and which are willing to rent this space to other people, they are connected through this platform and through the rules of these platforms. Then you have these rules that we're talking about, the formal, cognitive, and normative rules. Of course, in order to work on these platforms on Airbnb, you have to respect a number of rules. And these rules are established because, in fact, Airbnb is not only a platform, it's also a market. It's an online market. So the online market needs some specific rules in order to function properly. And finally, you also have a number of material and technical elements. For example, the micro entrepreneur participating to the Airbnb platforms, they need to have a flat or a house or several properties. Therefore, they need a material space that they are going to rent. They also need knowledge, of course, in order to relate with the client. And finally, they need to have a connection through the internet to the Airbnb platform. And this is the technological part. Now, these papers try to identify exactly how these people who are renting their space think and how they are motivated to participate in this platform, because there are a lot of people participating in it. In some cases, I don't know, immediately after Airbnb has been created, hundreds or thousands of people in some cities connected to these platforms and offered their space to be rented. And of course, we know quite a lot about the general conditions of entrepreneurship. We all know about concepts like entrepreneurial orientation, right? But what we try to understand is how these people are working on these online platforms. Do they have the same characteristics, the same motivation, the same behaviors as the classical entrepreneur, or maybe they are different? So this is basically the objective of this study, to investigate these knowledge gaps regarding the profile, the motivation, and the behavior of these people who are renting their spaces on the Airbnb platform. Of course, there are many other platforms, but this study is focusing on Airbnb. Now, what methodology we applied to collect data? Well, I'm talking about the primary data, because the secondary data, we did it before. We did some kind of research in the literature about online platforms and Airbnb. This was the secondary data collection phase. And after we started to understand how the platforms are working and how people are connecting to this market, then we started to collect primary data. And we did this in two stages. In the first stage, we made face-to-face in-depth interviews, which lasted between 20 and 30 minutes with 50 micro-entrepreneurs, which are active on the Airbnb platform. So we asked them quite a lot of questions. For example, why did they choose to go on the Airbnb platforms? If it was difficult for them, what was their motivation, and what is their behavior? In the second phase, after we identify how people behave on the Airbnb platforms, we are trying to collect quantitative data in order to see if most of the entrepreneurs which are participating in this platform have the same type of motivation and the same type of behavior. So we are collecting quantitative data. The problem with this is that the COVID period, as I said, interrupted this research, because in the last 18 months, it was very difficult to find people who are renting their space online and who are willing to answer a questionnaire. They had other priorities. In fact, they had problems, sometimes even financial problems. But starting from September, the situation has improved. The Airbnb platform is working full time now, full speed, I would say. And we have sent these questionnaires. We received a big number of questionnaires, and now we are processing this data. However, as I said, because we had this interruption, for the moment, I'm going to present mainly the qualitative data that we collected through the interviews. All right, and we are going to see it's very interesting. So basically, these people that we interviewed, they said that they initiate micro-entrepreneurial activities because they felt that they are safe. You know, in classical entrepreneurship, people have a lot of initiative, and sometimes they're very optimistic because they think that they're going to succeed. Most of the people who are renting their space online on the Airbnb platform are much more realistic, and they are not so risk-oriented. They don't like risk. So by themselves, they will never start a business. But because they have this opportunity of the Airbnb platform, which gives them the opening to a global market and which creates applications on the website that allows them to process the request of their guests, these elements help them and push them to try to create a business and to get some additional income. So what is really interesting, the profile of these people, it is not similar 100% with the classical entrepreneur. I would say there is a new type of entrepreneur, an entrepreneur which is combining their strengths with the elements that are provided by the platform. Without the platform, these people, most of these people, I would say, maybe some of them, they would have started also a business, but most of them, like 99%, they would not have rented their space because they perceive it's too risky. They perceive that they don't have the time to manage it, that they don't have the skills to do all the elements of the business side, the financial side, the advertising side, the communication side. But because Airbnb and because the facilitation that is provided by the Airbnb platform, these people have been incentivized to start a business activity. So basically, in order to participate, what are the characteristics? First of all, as I said, it should be a platform which facilitates the life of these entrepreneurs. Then, of course, the entrepreneurs, they need to have a space to rent because this is their object of trade. They need to perceive that this is an opportunity for them to increase their revenue. Yeah. And of course, they are supposed to need this additional revenue. And finally, they need digital literacy, which means that they should have an internet connection and they should be able, however, to work with technological applications that are embedded in the Airbnb website. All right, as I already said, the risk perception or propensity of this entrepreneur is much lower than the classical entrepreneur. They don't like risk, so they are trying to reduce it. And this is not exactly the case with classical entrepreneurship, in which, for example, the entrepreneurial orientation, the capacity to take risk is one of the most important elements. However, this doesn't match the profile of these micro entrepreneurs that we're studying on the Airbnb platform. And as I already said, what is important is that you always have to think of their business as a combination of their skills and the elements that are provided by the Airbnb platform. The package is not provided only by the people who are renting their space. The package is provided by the people plus all the facilities that are created and implemented by Airbnb. And finally, what is interesting, the Airbnb platform not only provides the applications, but also helps this entrepreneur to start their business. In fact, there are training workshops in which people who are very experienced of what to do, they present to the other people who want to enter the network of Airbnb all the procedures about how to rent their space online, how to communicate with the client, how to price the space, how to avoid specific problems that might appear. And on the other hand, what is also interesting is that lately, and during the COVID, these elements have been accelerated. Airbnb has also created specific controls or certification for quality. And this also helps these micro entrepreneurs to differentiate themselves among other people who are renting their space online. Right, so for the moment, we have these interesting findings that, in fact, the profile and the behavior of this entrepreneur doesn't correspond to the old profile of the classical entrepreneur, and this, I think, it's a major finding. But we need now to go back to the questionnaires and make the quantitative analysis and see if these characteristics is shared by most of the people who have answered our questionnaire. So basically, the limitation of this study for the moment is the fact that it's work in progress, but it's work in progress which is functioning. I mean, we already have the questionnaire. It will take probably another 2-3 months to do all the analysis and then to have the final results. And also, I think that it's a very important area of studies because there are many platforms online. So it will be interesting to study the entrepreneurs that are participating in other platforms and to make a comparison with our study to see if the things that we found are applicable to all the platforms or maybe only to Airbnb. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer it. Thank you. And of course, if there is no question, it's even better. So we can go to the next presenter. Thank you again.
Sir, if you can tell me the research gap of your paper.
Oh, so. Wait, not now.
Sorry,
would anyone like to ask any question to Kalin Gurao?
Yes, the research gap.
Kiansh Grover, are you?
Yeah, this is me. I'll just change my name. This is Professor Sonal.
Okay,
I just want to know the research gap.
Oh, what is your question? Professor Sonal, can you repeat your question?
What is the research gap? What is what? Research gap. Oh, the research gap. Well, basically, the research gap is very simple. It's the, oh, let me put the speakers. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. So the research gap is basically that we know a lot about the general profile of entrepreneurship, yeah, and about classical entrepreneurs. We know, for example, that they are oriented towards risk. They are very open to proactivity, yeah, they take initiatives. And we also know that they're quite innovative because they find new ways to sell their products or services. But we don't know if these people who are participating in online platforms are the same. And in fact, as you have seen, our research shows that they don't have the same characteristics. For example, they are not proactive. Why? Because in normal conditions, they are not going to start a business. They need a platform. If the platform doesn't exist, they don't start a business. Second, they're not very innovative because most of these people are learning from Airbnb how to do business online. And third, they're not so much risk-oriented, again, because they use the Airbnb platform in order to reduce the risk of their venture. So this is the gap, the fact that the big question is, have these new entrepreneurs the same profile and the same behavior as the classical ones? And for the moment, the answer to this question, based on preliminary findings, is no. So if you want, there is a new type of entrepreneur which is working, but only in concert with these online platforms. That's
Thank you, sir. Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Sunal. I hope your question has been answered.
Yes, thank you.
Now I would like to invite Natapong Petlaur and Natawut Kongsuti for their presentation on web application development in transportation planning analysis for urban planning. Natawut Kongsuti will be presenting the paper. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My colleague is Dr. Natapong Petlaur, urban planner. He works as a lecturer at the Rail System Institute, Rajamankala University of Technology Isan campus, Nakhon Ratchasima. My name is Natawut Kongsuti. I am a transport engineer and programmer. Today, we are going to demonstrate and show our works concerning about the transport web application in transport planning analysis for urban plan development. Okay, the abstract. The objective is to develop the web applications for transport planners and to evaluate it by comparing the results with the commercial program. In this case, we use Qt. Our app performs the analysis with travel demand model based on GS1 4000 survey data and triplet. Hua Hin urban area is our study area. We analyze the existing and forecasting case along with our app and Qt. Then when compare the results, our app is effective to support the transport planner doing the transport plan. Okay, the objective is to develop a transport web application and to evaluate the application accuracy by comparing the result with the commercial program. Okay, our results begin with the challenge. Could we find the traffic volumes or trip with the secondary data? You know that the transport analysis process is costly and time consuming. If we use the thing that we already have, we can reduce the project budget and analysis time. So one can got the traffic volume in economic ways. For this case, the thing we have consists of the GS1 4000 triplet values and traffic count data and urban plan. The things we want are the existing and forecasting traffic volumes or trip on the network. To solve this challenge, we have to research and design the workflow and build an application for that. This is the transport analytics workflow that we decided. First, preparing the input data from the secondary data, GS1 4000, field survey data, and triplet. In this section, we must format and arrange the necessary data in the suitable formats for both our application and Qt. The way those data consist of the network data, building area following a triplet, and traffic count data. After that, we perform the traffic analysis by our app and Qt and compare the result to estimate the accuracy as well. For those who don't know the GS1 4000 database of DPT, DPT stands for Department of Public Works and Town and Country Planning in Thailand. I explain you briefly. There are the certified data types. They can be divided into the 5 groups: natural, transportation, building and infrastructure, integrated and analytic group. Today, I won't tell you all, but I would like you to understand the data layers that concerned with this research. The layer which we use for this research are HydroCL, transit RT, road RT, view RDG is the building layer, airports, pier, compound, admin, and municipal. The data from the topo and hydro layer, we can build the 3D of topography. Row CL show the road network and BLDG display the building use. We can build the 3D views of building from the BLDG layer. Moreover, we can analyze long urban planning analysis. For example, lot size FAR BCR. But for this time, I don't mention it. The second data is the traffic volume from the traffic count station. For doing the transport urban plan, we must correct the existing traffic volumes by station throughout the study area. For this case, we had 130 stations. Then we can interpret the traffic volume on the network as shown in this picture. We use the traffic volumes for the calibrating the models and checking the accuracy of application. The third data is the building tip rate. It's what research and studied by DPT. There are 37 building types tip rate for tip generation, giving the trip in and out from building for each mode. In this case, we divide into three modes: personal vehicles, public transport, and freight transport. Actually, this slide, this is the example of tip rate for single detached house. The average tip is about 35.91 vehicle per day per 1,000 square meter. We can convert into the other units with those factors. The first objective is to develop the web application for transport analysis. We name it iTran. iTran is the application that's running on the internet, which user can operate it anywhere, anytime, and free. It can perform the transport demand models for set models based on the GS14000 tip rate from the DPT. It's compatible with ArcGIS as well, so we can display the application result on ArcGIS. iTran was built by Python frameworks, Bootstrap, HTML, and CSS. You can access iTran with this address: http://chaudin.pythonanywhere.com. This application complies 6 modules: tip generation with mode choice, tip distribution, tip assignment, internal estimator, metric estimation, and shortest path module. This slide shows the iTran. This slide displays the iTran workflow. Begin with the metric estimation module. This module gives us the deterrent function of the network using the traffic count as the input data. Next, tip generation module find the internal trip end. EEIIE estimator module gives the external trip end. Then we can calculate the tower cost or schematics by shortest path module. After that, we got the OD table from the tip distribution module. Finally, trip assignment module shows traffic volumes on the network. And then we can display the result by ArcGIS. And the second objective is to evaluate the app's accuracy. So we took the iTran to analyze the existing and future trip on the network. By existing analysis procedure, we start with the pre-planning data. We construct the TSS, traffic analysis zones, and network data by ArcGIS. This research used Hua Hin urban plan as a study area. For this case, Hua Hin has 114 TSS, 13 external TSS, and 101 is internal TSS. There are 626 nodes and 1596 links. Next, we use the metric estimation module to find the deterrent function. In this case, we use the power function, and then follow the step from previous slide to calculate the trip on the network. And after calculated with iTran, we got a traffic volume on the network. They have been compared with the observed volumes from the traffic count station as shown in this slide. And then after that, we charted the traffic volume relationships between observed and iTran result. We got the correlation coefficient equal to 0.67. In the same way, we use the same data to run with Qt to analyze the traffic volume on the network. And then we got the traffic volume from Qt. And this picture shows the comparison, the traffic volume between Qt and observed. And we plot the observed against the Qt result. We got the R value 0.59. And this slide shows the traffic volume comparison between itotan and Qt. And got the we got the correlation coefficient equal to the 0.57. Okay. Moreover, we use the itotan to forecast the future tip on this procedure. Begin with the preparing the forecasting data, in this case, TASAS and network data, and estimating future building area uses. For future analysis, we define the 4 scenarios. Do nothing with medium growth, do nothing with high growth, and new network, medium growth, and the 4th scenario, new network, high growth. For do nothing case, we got the 115 TASAS and 676 nodes and 1596 links. For new network, we got the 147 TASAS and 756 nodes and 1976 links. Medium growth means the growth of building area is about 5% per year, and the high growth is 10% per year. For the estimating future building area, we use the subjective method by professional urban planner, Dr. Natapong. They consider from the existing building area policy and proposed urban area. After that, we calculate the scenario with the itotan and Qt. This is the result of the traffic volumes. And we built the relationship between them. We got the R value about the 0.63. And for second scenarios, we can see the traffic patterns from our F and Q. The R value of this scenario is about 0.62. This slide shows the result from the third scenario, traffic volumes. And this slide, we got the R value of equal to the 0.7. Finally, the fourth scenario, we also get the tower patterns result from the itotan and Qt. And we got the R values equal to the 0.71. Okay, the comparison results shown in these tables. For existing case, we get the observed traffic volumes and volume from the itotan and Qt. The R value of traffic volume relationship between itotan and Qt is 0.57. Between observed and itotan is 0.67. And whereas observed and Q is 0.59. For casing case, we analyze 4 cases. We get only traffic volumes from the itotan and Q. We compare those outcomes as well. The R value range between the 0.6 to 0.7. To sum up, itotan that we develop is at efficient at Q, at least for this area and this research. In conclusion, itotan has been developed with the 4-step model to help the transport planner estimating the trip on the network. User can use it comfortably, economically, quickly, and accurately based on GS1 4000, field survey data, and DPT template. When compared to Qt, itotan could be effective for the transport planner, at least for his case. So the next research, we will bring our app to analyze the author area to confirm my opinion that our app is okay and good for use for the transport planner. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your attendance today. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. I do my best to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Natawat Kongsuti. So if anyone has any question, we're free to take it. And if no questions, we will be moving on to the next presentation.
I have a very simple question. I want to ask you, do you plan maybe to develop further this application and maybe to give access to this application to drivers so they can plan ahead the best track that they want to take when they want to travel from A to B?
Sorry, do you want my application? Why I show you in my slide? I give you.
Yeah.
But in this now, my application is Thai version. But now, actually, I have the English version too. Okay, after section,
Yeah.
I contact you. I give you the
No problem.
English version. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin, for your question. And thank you, Dr. Wood, again for your presentation. Now, I will be presenting my paper on acoustic quality in open plan office space of commercial areas in context of Dhaka. I'm Adiba Hassan Amina, and I have been your moderator and will be for the next few sessions. Okay. So, I'm Adiba and I am from Bangladesh. I am a lecturer at Prime University and I am pursuing my master's MArch at Bangladesh University of Technology, BUET, Engineering and Technology, BUET in short. So this research paper is one of my term paper for my thesis. So I will be sharing it with you now. So my topic is acoustic quality in open plan office space of commercial areas in context of Dhaka. I have already given my introduction, so moving on to the presentation. So before I start on the topic, I would like to give a brief idea about the context. For the study part of this topic, I picked a location in Bonani, Dhaka, which is one of the most growing mixed-use area as of this moment, commercially as well as residentially and as business-wise. So as more and more open plan office spaces are increasing because of sharing of resources and many other facilities, it has been a booming business for many, and this has been quite helpful for companies as well, as it is a bit sustainable in manners of resources, as well as it develops teamwork and interactive as well, and there is more transparency and space usage is much flexible. So that is the reason for picking a case like open plan office space, and especially in an area which is called Bonani and is a very busy hub for business, for creative recreation, as well as for businesses. Okay. So why pick this topic? As I have said before, if we can focus on improving the acoustic situation at workplaces where we spend most of our time during the day and especially as well as the evening, we almost spend 8 to 10 hours at our workplaces, and a sound work environment is very, very important for efficient working. And eventually it will have good impact on financial growth in the long run, because happy employee means more efficient work and better outputs. But the expectations is to achieve optimum oral comfort, which should be around 50 to 60 decibel, because for mixed and commercial zones. And this will in turn affect on the efficiency of the workers and their psychological health as well. So what is the paper about, or what is it, the target research? When we say user satisfaction or comfort, what do we desire to achieve? It is not just achieving total sound control or total noise control, but it is to provide optimum sound level entering the occupied space, reduce noise created by background activity, as it is an open space for multiple users to work at the same time. So definitely there is going to be a chaotic situation if the active noises are not under control or treated properly. And then artificial noise control and oral comfort, which is our target for a very sound environment, sound working environment. So how I conducted it is, first I did some literature review to come up and to understand the existing statistics and the standard required to achieve such comfort. So for the case study, I selected an open plan office at a very prime location of Bonani area. I will show the location on the next slide, and this office space is being used by more than one type of work background, because it's a share workspace area, but it is an open plan. So this means more chaos and more noise and more interaction. Then for the study, site survey was conducted and other 5 types of survey and study was conducted. Field study, which helped us collect data on the noise level. Questionnaire study, which helped us understand user comfort and user difficulties and their psychology about noise levels and noise disturbances. And user satisfaction study. Background studies were made to understand existing situation and standard requirements, and data analysis have been done based on the studies collected. Okay. After the data collection and information analysis, we try to identify problems and focus on findings and observation. Software and tools were used for in-depth simulation. AutoCAD and sound level meter with AutoRange were used for collecting data. After the data collection, evaluation was done. So next step shows a glimpse of the literature review. So this goes to show how noise should be interpreted and how work areas should be divided because it is not possible to control the entire space for sound functionality, because there will be locations that will require noise, such as the service area. So before we start controlling the noise level or anything, first we need to design accordingly, decide on the orientation of workspaces and where they should be put. For example, the quieter zone should be on backside area, the more noisier spaces should be in the front. And then we are seeing some percentages which shows what % of noise level or interaction level is accepted or tolerable in an open plan office. So this is the location of the case study in case. This is the office in Bonani area. So as we can see, it's an open plan office with 2 adjacent roads. So which means it's quite noisy during the day, throughout the day. Plus the facades is of double glazed glass. As you can see, the case study area is 190 square meter. The usable space was 182 square meters. The rest is for service area. As ceiling materials and interior materials and glazing affects acoustic quality. So It was plastered concrete ceiling, painted white. Internal partitions were of glass, and then there were reflecting tiles. The glazing on the facade was double glazed floor to ceiling windows, but still it allows transmittance of 70 to 80 decibel. So over a period of time, we collected some data on the level of sound or noise that is created or takes place during the work hours. And as we can see, it is always above the expected area of noise level. Usually mixed use zone and commercial zone should be around 60 to 70 decibels during the daytime and 50 to 60 during night. But it goes to show it is continuously over the required range, which means whoever the users are, they are continuously under this subconscious pressure of noises around them. Maybe it is not a problem that is tangible, but it is something that is affecting the work environment, because you cannot work or function properly if you have a continuous disturbance going on in the background. Plus, interaction might get overlapped, or there can be overhearing of information that one might not want to share. So these are issues that can be addressed, and these are issues that should be addressed before the designing of a space is done, especially places such as open plan offices, because office space, it means throughout the day there will be a lot of interactions. So there should be things done to control the background noises. So in conclusion, what I'd like to say, the entire research paper is trying to focus on this methodology of controlling noise on the background, which is called the soundscape approach. This is more of a psychological and physiological study based on the user comfort. So what it does is, obviously, it improves your mental and physiological health, which in turn helps you be more efficient in your workplace, gives you a better feeling after the work ends, because so when you return home after such a long hours of such grueling time at your office, it have to have impact on your social quality as well. And with this growth in mind, it will obviously affect an overall, it will obviously have an overall impact. So yes, thank you so much. That has been my presentation. So this is me, Adiba Hassan Amina from Bangladesh, and here are my correspondence details if you're interested. Thank you. So if anybody has any question, you can ask, or we can move on to the next presentation.
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very interesting. What might be the solutions, I mean, because you identify a very important problem. And I remember myself when I did my PhD, it was an open space, and I was very stressed by the fact that the other students were talking, but it's normal. I mean, you have to share ideas. Now, yes, what might be some solutions to reduce this noise?
So thank you, Helene. It is a very relevant problem, an issue that we face nowadays. So what we can do is start from the very beginning. As I have mentioned, materials have a huge impact on noise reflectance or noise pollution. For example, if you use very low ceilings on the walls, it will definitely create more noise. So we can start from the basic. We can start on the materials during construction. We can use carpeting. We can have furnitures that absorb noises. Then nowadays, soundscape is a physical as well as a psychological experimental approach. As what it is doing is, first of all, they're analyzing user situation, whether actually they're aware of it or not, because as I have observed during my research, that people are not even properly aware of the situation. They take it as granted, as if they're supposed to be in a bad situation just because they're at work, which is not true. You should have a pleasant environment. It actually helps you to be efficient. And so there are solutions such as I told you in the materials. So then, and if that is not achievable, then we can have this background sound, which can be played continuously. It acts as a white noise. It helps cancel out communication, or if anyone else is speaking, the person beside might not focus or hear what they are, because the background white noise will act as a buffer. And then in places where it's possible, they are providing earphones or headphones for open plans especially. So above each station, you can get or they can put on output speakers, or they can provide you with a headphone. So through that, you can hear white noises that won't affect your work. Because if you listen to music, or if you listen to any music that contains lyrics, it distracts you. But music, just instrumental, at one point you will realize you're not paying attention to it, but it is helping you focus on your work more. And this has gone to show, if we play positive music, or if the background music has some positive, encouraging words to it, it actually helps you motivate. So it is an ongoing research, and so there isn't much practical studies or output yet. So I hope this will be studied further. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation again. Thank you.
Okay, so my part is done. I would like to invite, okay, just a little break.
Where did she go? She's a busy present.
I think she went to show where we get lunch.
Oh, wow. I've been informed.
So sorry.
Wow,
So next paper will be presented by Thanafat Khot Singh. She will be presenting a paper by Pishai Ratnatilaka na Bhuket, and she will be presenting on behalf of them. Her presentation topic is Change and Complexity Institutionalism, the perspective of institutional logics in the child rearing field. So we will be starting shortly. Thank you. Stay connected with us. So Thanafat Khot Singh will be joining us now. Thank you for staying with us. No need to hurry, okay?
Sorry about it. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to my presentation. My name is Thanapat Kotsing. I'm a co-author of this article. The topic I will present is Change and Complexity Internationalism, the perspective of institutional logic in the child learning field. Today, I have been assigned to represent Professor Pichai Natanadilok Phuket from National Institute of Development Administration, or NIDA. Currently, he is the director of the doctoral program in politics and development strategy at the Graduate School of Social Development and Management Strategy. About me, I'm tired. Independent research, and I am an assistant professor. Assistant my Professor Pichai. Everyone had. I will share the screen about my presentation. Wait a moment, please. Okay. Wait, Zoom. ไปที่ Zoom ก่อน แล้วก็ what and then share slide. Okay, I will share and presenting. Okay, thank you. Next, ยังไงอะคะแล้วมันไม่ได้หรอก็นี้มันไม่ขึ้นหรอcan my iPad. Sorry about our technician. It's no. Okay. Okay. Next are the abstract. Show you on meeting document. So I will skip this section. Everyone had. First of all, I will talk about the statement of the problem. It was discovered about 2 decades ago. Look at the first slide on the left, but top left. From 1999 to 2017, the percentage of children with a developmental delay ranked between 28 and 32%. Some areas are experiencing significant development delays, which is cause for concern, and this lesson for this study, such as health area zone 5, that is the bottom left table. Zone 5 consists of 8 provinces in the lower central region of Thailand that show in the top right chart. The chart show that Phetchaburi province has the lowest number of children with normal development. And when we focus on the district, Cham have lowest number of children with normal development, approximately 70%, as pointed out the bottom right chart. Okay. For my survey, it was found that there were 42.2% of children with developmental delay in a Futi village at Pisidonim. So this community was selected to this study. So the problem led to research questions. One, the first, how do the family of children with developmental delay perform parental practice? And second, what are institutional logic exciting the field of child rearing? And third, what sets of institutional logic that found child rearing field? So next, we have 2 research objectives. First, to examine the parental practice of children family, and second, to identify the set of institutional logic found in the child rearing field. Okay, I went over to the concept involved in the institutional theory as well as the concept of child rearing that are including parenting style, parenting practice, and parenting beliefs. Then we have talked those ideas We have taken those ideas and create a conceptual framework in the form of an idea type and use as a guideline for this study. As shown this in the table, this was a qualitative study with the targeted to in-depth interview. The target group consists of 18 families with preschool children. I use Atlas program to content analysis and count the number of practice. We interpret code according to the institutional logic perspective by that idea type, and result found is institutional logic consists of a series of thought, belief, and practice. You can see in the table is my result. I will categorize in the subject about subject and ease of logic in institutional logic. Children family use four kind of logic to raising their children that are professional logic, market logic, community logic, and family logic. I am organized my finding to category as shown in the table. First, selecting products and service, and second, health, food, and next, parenting style, and children play and children development. This is answer of the first objective of research study, that is to examine the parental practice of children family that is provide some behavior to give the children. Then in the next table, this table has shown to summarize each pattern of ideal type. This is my theory, which I have put together based on the result of relevant study and review of the literature. It can be used as a guide to study to other subjects in the field of child learning field. This table answers a second objective of research study, that is to identify the set of institutional logic found in the child learning field. From analyzed by Atlas program. This is output from analyzed by Atlas program. It can be seen that each of family employs a combination of logic. In this article, we will focus on the theoretical discussion of how why is that. That is because of change and complexity of institutional logic. There are three dimensions for this discussion. First, there is conflicting with each logic. Content paradox about parenting practice. Professional logic conflict with community logic, conflict with market logic, and conflict with family logic. Second dimension, there are dynamic in institutional logic. It includes competition, change, and combination is travel to the period. In the past, folk healer, midwife, or spiritual leader are the professional. But currently, professional is doctor, and educational institution used to exist but have this appear now. For third dimension, it has been consistently changing. Look at the this in the chain. Community logic is represent of traditional. An example from herb is changed to herbal medicine. For market logic, it is changed from about natural product to product that save the time, chosen to keep lifestyle in with today's fast-paced situation. Professional logic is focused on information and convert that information into the product. Okay, now we will summarize and conclusion. Since we have little time to come. So that brings me to the summary of my presentation based on the parental practice collected from case study by using qualitative method. The important practice can be summarized according to the institutional logic in the child learning field into 4 logic that are professional logic, market logic, community logic, and family logic. The results have shown that each of family express a variety logic in the child learning. That's it because of complexity of institutional logic at the social level, consisting history, complexity, conflicting, and dynamic of logical computation, chain and combination. The logic of early childhood education had been lost and replaced by public health, though the discourse on child development screening. Peer education preparation such as memorization of A, B, C is not what makes to child pass the developmental assessment from this is screening. Therefore, improving a child development can be done by training teacher in the kindergarten or improve the parent behavior in Thailand in the community. It will be improve the child development now. Thank you for my presentation. Thank you.
Ma'am, if may I ask, what is the future of this research? Which companies will benefit the most?
Ma'am, you have a question from the session chair.
Was I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you were audible. I think you're not audible for them. I'll confirm with them, ma'am. Just a minute.
Okay.
Ma'am, Dr. Thanapit. Ma'am, can you hear us?
Is it me or someone else?
No, not you, ma'am. It's Dr. Thanapit, the one who presented.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you hear us?
Now, my moderator not in be there, and
ma'am, just a minute.
Introduce everyone to next presentation. Dr. Vilegiri, right? He prepared the presentation. Just a moment, please.
Okay, you can start it. Just a minute. No, sorry. Okay,
Before that, I would like to welcome Dr. Velengiri. He's an emeritus professor.
And wait, this one. Okay. Hey. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. This one. Okay. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Here I am talking about Meta Galaxy. The term of Meta Galaxy and Metaverse and metaphysics come into usage in the 1st century BC to denote part of the philosophical heritage of Aristotle he called this important part of philosophical doctrine the first philosophy, that which studies the highest principles of all the ages, which are inaccessible to the sense, comprehensible only to speculative sessions, and indispensable for all science. In this sense, the term of metaphysics was current in subsequent philosophy in the philosophy of the Middle Ages. Metaphysics was used to substantiate theology. Philosophically, then philosopher of the 17th century, metaphysics was still closely connected with the natural and humanitarian sciences. This connection was broken in the 18th century. Sivagnana Bodha Mahabadiya, he is explaining about the meta-galaxies. According to him, there are 220 meta-galaxies. What these meta-galaxies? These are all Mayas. What is Maya? What we are, where we are, all are Mayas. We are the part of the Mayas. Now, in the world also, the universe also, in the part of the Maya. There are only three things, that human, this material world, the connecting thing, God. God, it is a Tamil word. God means it plus odd, the thing which is conquered the light. So it is called God. It plus odd. Odd means victory. Now the scientists seen the whole meta-galaxies, see the this is the whole meta-galaxy. According to scientists, this is the whole meta-galaxies. Here, this is Milky Way. This is Milky Way. The middle of the point, white point, that is Milky Way. We are here. Up to this level only, today's science explaining about the meta-galaxy. But the Jnanis, particularly Tamil Jnanis, explained so many things. Where we are. This scientists known meta-galaxies is where. Now I am showing that. See this figure. This is the last bottom of the round, small round is, which is noting the scientists known meta-galaxies. The small thing, the small bottom, that is known galaxies today. More than that above, so many galaxies are there. These all are made by atoms. That means here, how many atoms are existing? Totally 216 atoms are existing. But in the science known galaxies, we have only 6 atoms. But all other atoms also existing, but dominating is only 6. In that 6, there are lot of so many galaxies. Like this, all atoms also have galaxies. So that 216 are their major names. But the scientists known now only 120 or 118. But the Jnanis of Tamils, they known about 224. They are in 5 types. Below, we are here. The next type, nobody knows. Third, fourth, fifth, nobody knows, except the Jnanis. This is the present, that bottom point is the present known universe. Then, according, this is the ancient periodical elements. It is narrated by me and designed by me. For the scientists, it will take 1,000 years to find all these things. Then, but according to this 216 elements, Rajaraja Chola, 1,000 years back, a Tamil, a great king, constructed a temple for 216. He put 216 feet. 216 feet temple. The top is the most highest element. The bottom is our known universe. See how he coordinated, how he constructed. There is no stone there in Tanjavur, but he constructed with stones. Who told him for him? The Karur Devar, one Jnani, his teacher, told him to this great king. Then, these 216 are, but we are saying hydrogen, oxygen, like that we are saying. But they told Kalakini, Kurmandam, Adakeswaram, Birma, Vaishnava, Rudra, Kapalesa, Sada, like that it is going 216. In that, the 216, this is mantras. This is mantras. All the temple in India, they are chanting. Even in the world also, in the Hindu temples, they are chanting as a mantras. How this is? But they don't know the meaning, why it is came. But all these 20 elements are mantras. They say, Om Kalakniyaya Nama, Om Kurmandaya Nama, Om Adakeswaraya Nama, Om Birmaya Nama, Om Vaishnavaya Nama, Om Sadaya Nama, Om Tirdrastraya Nama, Om Ankinirudraya Nama, Om Mudasanaya Nama, like that in the same. What is meaning? What is the meaning for that mean? Every mantra is noting, explaining about the universe only. These 2 types of universe, not count. Count is unknown. Count is n number, but types. What is the Kalakini? Only 1 or 2 example I am taking. What is the Kala? They are saying Om Kalakiniya Nama. They are praying the God. At the time they are chanting this one. What is Kalakini? Kalakini means the fire that will put to end of the universe. One type of universe, it is the, if it bursts, all the universe will come, it will close. That is the meaning for that mantra. Then they are saying Kurmanda. Kurmanda means strong shield. 32 hells located there. Like this, all mantras is going. Everything is noting this universe elements only. Then I can prove this hells and Swarga, everything. Because in the Swarga means what? Peaceful and then pleasure. Because that elements is made by of that type of things. So that really the Swarga is existing. The Naraka is also existing. Hell also existing. Like that it will go, but there is no time to explain about all these things. So that I am concluding this one. Thank you.
There's this press.
This is from our Hinduism, right? This country is Hindu, right? Hinduism.
Yeah. Even it is in the Muslim also, but they are.
Sir, sir, I will invite you up
No.
front.
You take picture in this up.
For your presentation.
Take.
Thank you, Dr. Vilyangiri, for your presentation and your speech. Now, Colleen Rao will provide you with the memento from the event. Please, can you come in the front, Dr. Vilyangiri? Colleen, please provide Dr. Vilyangiri with the. Can you stand in front of the poster, please? And he will take a picture. A group photo, please. Yeah, look over there. Yeah, pose.
Okay. Okay.
Please sit here and provide us with the certificates. Come over here.
Now, I would like Dr. Vilyangiri to provide participants with their certificate. Please, when I call upon you, please go up front. Colleen Rao, or his presentation on digital micro-entrepreneurship in the online rental market. Yes, Houston. Then I call upon Natapong Petlaur and Natawut Kongsuti for their presentation on web application development and transportation planning analysis for urban planning. Please go up front. Can you take their picture with their cameras? Or so they're exchanging it? It's okay.
I will call you next. Yes. Sir, can you provide Sanaput's certificate to Vilyangiri, sir? Or one of the cats that someone can take it. Already? Already. Is this yours?
So, Kanapat Kotsing, on her paper on change and complexity institutionalism, the perspective of institutional logics in the child rearing field. So I will my certificate on presentation.
Is this Sanaput's?
Whatever. Coming.
So, Dr. Vinay Agarwal.
No? You received yours. Yes. Yeah. Yes. What?
Check photo.
Take photo. Oh, yes, of course.
Okay, now we will take a group photo. Participants can, if we just, physical participants, if we just go in the front, and online participants, you can turn your camera on. Mubina can take the picture for online participants.
Okay.
Oh, so let's go there.
Oh, great. Thanks. Super.
Yeah. That's what I was asking. So let's get here.
Yeah.
Yes. Sir, let's send here.
We just switch it off. Okay.
We're done. So, everyone come here. Sir.
Sir, please. Here, please. Please. Center.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Is the poster? Smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Okay. I need to do the thank you note. Wait, just give me 2 minutes.
Send by.
Yes.
You will share it with everyone? You share it. You will share it with everyone? Share.
I have to see the picture.
Please do.
Thank you, everyone. That was the end of the certificate giving ceremony. I would like to provide my vote of thanks. On behalf of ICMRP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. The conference, which focused on discovering the difference and exceeding the vision in multidisciplinary research studies, and it was a great success where eminent keynote speakers from various universities addressed the gathering. We take this opportunity to thank all the speakers, delegates, and participants for your vital support and time for the ICMRP. Thanks to the generous response and active engagement of the organizing committee members and editorial board members. The best paper and the best paper presentation awards will be informed to you by the committee once the conference is over via email. Once again, thanks to all the participants. Stay tuned with us for further conference updates from ICMRP. This is me, Adiba, from Bangladesh, as your moderator and participant for the day. Thank you.
Nice.
Incorporate.
Thank you all the physical participants.
Evening session is also there.
Sorry?
Evening, no, in the evening.
Sorry?
Evening session.
Evening session, no, I won't be there.
Next session is from here.
I don't know who is here for the evening session. Not me. I think you should contact us.
No, it is over, huh?
It is over, yeah.
Today,
Today physical presentation.
all are over.
I don't know. Our part is over.
Finish. Now we go to eat.
Yeah, we can.
And then go rest.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's good. Perfect.
Tomorrow, no tomorrow.
If you want.
I don't know your schedule.
Tomorrow, no. Tomorrow, go beach. Beach.
Today is over.
Yeah. For today we will.
Hello, you censor all the photos. Hello, Wi-Fi photos, please.
Can we take a photo? Thank you. Good. Thank you.
Let's go for lunch.
We'll do tomorrow. It's also raining.
I know. This has been too much.
You know, in my country, there is a saying. The key of success are poses that are long and thick. So we have to take a lot of poses that are long and thick. This is the key of success.
A very good afternoon to all. So the physical session is over. We will now be continuing with the virtual session. I would like to welcome Dr. Pancha Jedman, Associate Professor, Rajpat Marsam University, Mahasarakam, to deliver his keynote speech. Dr. Pancha Jedman is an associate professor at Research and Development in Rajpat Maharsam University, Thailand. He has done his PhD in Human Resource Development, University of California at Berkeley, USA. He has research and academic experience in human resource development, human resource management, integration management, leadership and teacher professional development, organizational management and development, educational management. Dr. Panchai has received special awards like Excellence in Reviewing on Asian Journal of Advanced in Research, Excellence in Reviewing on Asian Journal of Education and Social Studies. He is a reviewer in Publons, qualified in Thai Basic Education, Research of National Research Council of Thailand. I welcome Dr. Pancha Jedman to deliver his keynote speech. Dr. Poncha Jedman, so sir, you will have to unmute yourself and start the keynote.
Okay.
So can we start?
Just a moment. Okay. Oh, just a minute.
Sir, seems like you have some technical glitch. We will move on to the next keynote speech and then you can continue yours, sir. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Naira Radwan to deliver a keynote speech. Dr. Naira is working as an associate professor in the mechanical department, Faculty of Engineering, Suez Canal University, Ismailia, Egypt. She is also an assistant professor and quality assurance officer for the PhD program, Faculty of Economics and Administration in King Abdulaziz University, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. She has more than 20 years experience in teaching and research work. Dr. Naira published many papers in high-quality peer-reviewed journals, as well as she serves as an editorial board member in many international journals. She also serves as a reviewer in many international journals. She participated as a keynote speaker in many international conferences in many different countries such as Italy, Singapore, Malaysia, Pakistan, and India. Dr. Naira is an active member in many international academic communities. Moreover, she got a full membership in Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, based in Italy. Dr. Naira Radwan got many national and international awards such as Award of Excellence in Accreditation Work Contribution from King Abdulaziz University 2019 and Certificate of Recognition from the United Nations Association of Somalia in recognition of the contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals 2020. Dr. Naira's research interest in the field is in the field, but not limited to solid waste management, recycling, optimization, and supply chain management. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction. First of all, good morning and good afternoon. Now it's 10:30 a.m. in Saudi Arabia. So good morning from Saudi Arabia and from Egypt. My pleasure to be your guest today in this prestigious conference. Can I share my screen, please? Please, my screen in the full mode now.
Yes, ma'am, it is, ma'am. It is visible.
Thank you so much. Today, my session about digital transformation, the role of adaptable digital transformation framework. First of all, let us understand what is the meaning of digital transformation. Before speaking about the meaning of digital transformation, let us understand that few years from now, all companies and all institutions have to move on to digital transformation. So this is important topic for all of us. So what did the digital transformation means? Digital transformation marks a radical rethinking of how an organization uses three terms: technology, people, and processes. This is to fundamentally change business performance. So it's not only one K, it's for the three Ks: technology, people, and processes. There are three confusing terms in this area, which is digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. Let us understand each one of these terms. For digitization, digitized information is the process of converting information into a digital format, such as computer readable. It means converting information from documents or physical form to digital form. As we note from the figure that digitization contains of two steps: digitized information, which is converting data into digital form, as well as organized information, which means rearranging these forms according to the organization needs. So digitization is concerning with data. Now for digitalization, which is concerns with process adaptation. As we see in the figure, it contains of 2 steps: automate processes and streamline processes. Automate processes is the use of digital technologies and information to change a business model and provide new revenue and value producing opportunities. It is the process of moving to a digital business or to transform individual institutional operations. For streamline processes, it means that to arrange and integrate these processes according to the organization needs. Now for the third term, which is digital transformation. For digital transformation, it concerns with converting all the business components. It is a series of deep and coordinated culture, workforce, technology shifts that enable new technologies, educational and operating models, and transform an institution's operations, strategic directions, and value proposition. So to apply digital transformation, we have to follow the following steps: converting data, then processes adaptation, then creating business value. Let us see an example for applying digital transformation in any business. As we see in the figure, we have 3 steps as we described before. The step number 1 is digitization, means converting an asset from a physical to a digital format. It could be done by screening papers document and saving them as a digital documents as PDF files. Also by converting videos from VHS format and uploading them to a hard drive using an OCR software to enter physical records into digital databases. This is the first step. The second step is digitalization. We can do it by uploading PDF files to the cloud drive and sharing it with the relevant terms to allow them to use the data in their daily work. Also by converting a spreadsheet, a file saved on a single computer hard drive to a cloud format that can be used simultaneously by many users. Also by uploading videos files from a hard drive to the company's video streaming services. So we have to go to the third step and the final step, which is digital transformation, which means doing things in a new digital way. It could be done by use the data in the shared file to power application by analyzing the data and drive results. Also, the spreadsheet file stored the customer insights. We could use them in applications to improve offering and create better customer experiences. So to apply digital transformation in any business, we have to follow these 3 steps. Now we can understand that digital transformation is not only about the technology. Digital transformation is not only about moving to the cloud or changing technology or creating a social media page or even implementing new solutions. Digital transformation is the strategic use of technologies and information to transform business culture, to drive innovation, to improve operational efficiency, to unlock the value of data, to deliver engaging customer experiences, and to become more profitable. Digital transformation is not only enhancing traditional methods, but re-imaging them for a digital age to meet changing market expectations and impact business. How digital transformation impacts business? Digital transformation impacts business in 3 areas, which is customer experience, operational processes, and business model. Let's have a closer look for each of them. For customer experience, customers are the most important stakeholders for any organization. Digital transformation helps business provide excellent customer experience and serve them in the best possible way. Now, there are several ways in which customer experience can be included in the digital transformation roadmap. Customer experience also benefits from the digitalization of data. Excellent customer experience implies a fast response rate for customer queries, which digital transformation helps facilitate through connecting the customer data across the organization in one source. When all available data is collected and centralized, it becomes easier for customer support agents to solve customer requests timely and efficiently. With the improvement in customer support, customer satisfaction also improves. Using the customer queries and solutions to them, companies gain a better understanding of their customer base. For operational efficiency or operational processes, apart from the transformation of customer experience, business can benefit from process digitization, even though the digital transformation of internal operations will not bring visible increases in profit right away. In the long term, it opens many benefits for business. Digital transformation is all about efficiency. For a business operations, it often means automation of transactional supply chain and human resource processes. For businesses taking the digital transformation strategy further, the areas of improvement include increased collaboration among employees of different levels and improved performance management. Let us have example in manufacturing, where many processes can be already are automated. Digital transformation can improve quality control. Digital systems can perform checks simultaneously on various machines and increase safety on the job. For parts manufacturers, digital transformation means a more efficient product development cycle as a comparison and checks are now performed digitally. Digitalizing the product development cycles also allows for higher flexibility and speed of design change. For the third term, which is business model, we see this concept implemented every day, from big brands to small physical stores. The vast majority of retailers have added online shops or Many restaurants, for example, have added delivery service to their offering. They not only acquire new customers by adding digital services, but also increase the consumption of the existing customer base. The pandemic effects have shown how digital transformation impacts business performance. Business with a functioning digital transformation framework could continue their operations and enable the employees to work from anywhere in the world. The digital transformation of the business model implies constant innovation of products and services to meet the ever-growing customer expectations. Being digital means being agile. Changes to products, roadmaps, or ideas can happen faster and allow for data-driven decision-making. Now, let us see the 5 stages for successful digital transformation. To apply any digital transformation, this is the 5 stages. Number 1, foundation, which means automate internal process by using software. This is the first stage. The second one is silent. Silent, or another word, departmental programs for transformation. It means changes are limited. Here, the changes are limited to single business units. Now we can go to the third stage, which is partially synchronized. Here, various departments or internal processes are being run in an interconnected manner. For digital transformation to spread to all departments across organizational strategy needs to be implemented to dictate the guidelines all business units need to follow. Now go to the fourth stage, which is fully synchronized. Digital transformation is in the company bloodstream and all departments, but the digital transformation is not entirely done yet. It will be done in the fifth stage, which the final one. Here, organization places digital transformation strategy at the core of its overall business strategy. Methods, tools, and the capabilities of the company will be used to be reliable, identifies risks and opportunities for disruptions, as well as repeatedly react to them in a disciplined manner. So why we are focusing about digital transformation, or to move to digital transformation for all companies and institutions? This is because there are many benefits of applying digital transformation. Let us understand these benefits. As we see in the figure, there are many benefits of applying digital transformation. For example, it will increase productivity while reducing labor costs. Using technology to work more efficiently is one of the most important ways to transform the business. For example, for enterprises, the time and money they spend training new employees and updating digital resources can quickly get out of hand. With the proper tools, you can keep costs down and productivity up. Another benefit is to improve the customer experience. Transformations are the driving force beyond improve the customer experience through multiple touch points, such as mobile apps, social media, emails, and so on. Another benefits, it will make you more competitive in your industry. Your competitors are looking into digital transformation regardless of whether or not you are. Choosing not to embrace digital transformation is essentially deciding that you don't mind being left behind. This is some of the many benefits of digital transformation. Now we have to show now the reasons, the 6 reasons for digital transformation project failure, according to the report for year 2021. We have 6 main reasons for the project failure for digital transformation. Number 1, alignment defect. The main question here is top and middle management on the same page about the goals and value proposition of the business? If they are not, this will be a strong problem of applying digital transformation. When there is a misalignment between people, problems such as what is the priorities and how to measure progress may arise. Organizations should secure consensus among senior leaders regarding digital transformation goals. Reason number 2 is infrastructure defects. Digital transformation is a data-driven strategy, and data should be able to flow across all systems. Enterprise applications and digital apps. If applications in the organization's technology infrastructure are not fully integrated with each other, this can lead to digital transformation problems. Number 3, skills defect. Digital transformation is a dynamic process, and organizations continuously expect employees to innovate with digital technologies and platforms. However, the gap between employees' capabilities and implemented technologies requirements may cause a problem for businesses. Organizations have 2 choices to overcome this challenge. They either bring in new talent or develop existing talent. The reason number 4 is partnership defect. When an organization experiences a technology defect about specific topic, it could occur or partner with startups that provide specific technology. Number 5, measurement defect. You are implementing new technologies and collecting data from these machines and softwares. The question here is, are you measuring the results? If so, how you measure it? Organizations should measure the results of digital investment to see the things they did right and learn from their failed investments. And finally, cultural defect. Organizational culture is an important enabler for digital transformation. because it enhances the understanding of digital threats and opportunities, supports the scope of actions companies can take in response to the digitalizations, and encourages the coordinated execution of these actions across the business. So this is the 6 main reasons for the failure of digital transformation, or for applying the failure of applying digital transformation. Now let's see 5 transformational disciplines of a successful digital transformation. They are, as we see in the figure. Number 1, make decisions. Transformation starts with data, and companies need to capture customer data and leverage it to make smarter decisions. Number 2, engage customers. Re-image your business to be customer-centric. This is very important. The goal should be to streamline key customer touchpoints to increase speed and reduce effort. Number 3, engage employees. Break down silos, empower your employees with the right tools, and enable collaboration around a single source of trust. The workforce needs to have the right skills to tackle new challenges, and providing access to learning and development platforms will help prepare them for transformation. Number 4, become digital first. In the near future, as we said in the beginning of my session, every company will be a digital company. Businesses need to shift from IT departments to enterprise platforms that can absorb the latest technologies. Data sets, processes, and apps should be shared across the company, and data needs to be integrated to provide a single source of trust. Technology vendors should be looked at as partners rather than just suppliers. And finally, serve society. Salesforce believes that business is a powerful platform for change. Having strong leadership, measurement, and reporting in place is important. Support your employees by providing them with programs that empower them to act. Now, as we see in the figure, we have a roadmap to digital transformation strategy. For any business to implement an effective digital transformation strategy, planning is vital. Once you determine what you want to gain from developing your digital foothold, then you can get started on how to get there. As we see, we have 6 steps to implement digital transformation strategy. Let's go with these steps. Step number 1, establishing your goals and directions. You have to answer these questions. What is our end goal? What are we trying to achieve? Digital transformation goes beyond having an internal IT. Digital transformation can give you an opportunity to revise your overall business process and to allow you to gain an advantage against the competitive market instead of just updating one part of your business. In this step, we need to establish your vision and the objectives of your transformation. This will allow you to determine the next step of your digital strategy and help you to discern the results. You have to define your KPIs so you can measure the effectiveness of your strategy once implemented. Step number 2, access the current market. Your digital transformation strategy should be customer-centric, as we clarified before. Keep in mind that customers always look for something different or something more personalized for them. Technology development is become more aggressive, and changes in different industries are more notable. Now, let's say analyzing the current market trends will help you create a more relevant strategy. Be mindful of the gaps you can bridge to improve customer experience. Step number 3, prepare for culture change. Get everyone in your company on board with the idea of digital transformation. One of the key contributors to a successful transformation is company culture. Culture change is a roadblock that your business needs to overcome. Ensure that everyone understands the reasons beyond the change and must be open to it. A company culture that can be embrace these changes, inspire collaborations, and motivates employees about digital transformation is more built for success. Step number 4, building your execution team. How will you execute your plan? Who will be responsible for it? The person or team who will lead the implementation should help employees feel secure in times of change. This can be your chief digital officer or chief information officer, or even an external team. Step number 5, investing in the right technology. In this step, you need to access your current infrastructure and adjust it according to the changes. Various solutions can assist you with your digital transformation, but it requires a lot of decision making. You need to take time choosing the right technology that best suits your plan to avoid wasting time and money. And finally, measure and adjust. Once you have implemented your plan, it's time to look at the results. Remember that the digital transformation process doesn't have an end. Take a step back, analyze the metrics, and monitor the impact before adjusting if it is necessary. Change is proven. It is necessary to update your strategy based on current market trends and conditions. This is the roadmap to apply for a digital transformation strategy for any business. Now, as we see in the figure, we have digital transformation framework. A digital transformation framework, what is the meaning of it? It means the blueprint for how an organization moves through a period of significant change because of the current evolving business conditions. The framework is a tool used across an organization that guides all levels of the organization through the journey. In making digital transformation a reality, what many companies are missing is a systematic approach to effect change. This is an example of a design transformation framework shown in the figure, which can be used in industrial company. Actually, we don't have a lot of time to describe the details in this framework, but I want to show you an example for the digital transformation framework. Finally, how to calculate the investment of digital transformation. Given a series of fluctuations in the logistics industry in year 2020 and year 2021, such as COVID-19 pandemic, the supply chain shift. Many businesses have quickly sought digital transformation solutions to maintain their activities. With promises of business growth as well as revenue and new value generation, it's hard for leaders now and not to ask the question, how to measure digital transformation success, or specifically calculate return on investment. Return of investment, and or as we call ROI, it's an abbreviation for return of investment, is a measure of the efficiency of a business investment. Based on return of investment, businesses can directly calculate the return on a particular investment compared to the cost of the investment. So how can return of investment could be calculated? And more importantly, what should business do to identify and achieve the suitable return of investment goals? Let us see how we can do it. It could be done in 5 steps. Step number 1, decide on a digital transformation goal to set an return of investment, to set our investment. Business should focus on one digital transformation goal for a certain period of time. It should be the most important goal and have a positive effect on the entire organization. The identification of a single goal helps business to plan specific strategies and use appropriate measures, effectively making use of the company's existing resources. Step number 2, review the cost structure of the business. The organization should answer some important questions. Which activities are using cost effective? Which activities are not yet cost effective? Do we need to invest more or cut costs in any activities? What adjustment does the current cost structure need to align with digital transformation goals? Step number 3, use a variety of metrics to measure return of investment. Each return of investment goal will need different metrics. As we see in the figure, we show a digital return of investment framework focusing on 6K area, which is customers, employees, operations, safety and soundness, infrastructure, and innovation. Step number 4, establish timeline to measure return of investment. To measure return of investment timely and accurately, business need to set specific timelines, which can be after a month, a quarter, 6 months, or according to the project timeline. Each metrics will have its specific timeline to be measured. Enterprises can optionally measure each indicator to make appropriate adjustment or measure the entire index to evaluate the effectiveness of digital transformation. And finally, step number 5, which is continuously measure return of investment to adjust strategy accordingly. It is difficult for leaders to conclude whether digital transformation is effective or not by looking to return of investment results in a short period of time without comparing them with other time periods. Since digital transformation is a long and arduous process of change, businesses cannot expect good results in just 1 or 2 days. Therefore, continuously measure return of investment according to predetermined timelines helps leaders periodically and consistently evaluate digital transformation performance. From there, businesses can review whether the current way of doing things is appropriate and effective to achieve the original goal or not, and make appropriate changes. Thank you all for your attention. Looking forward to meet you again. Thank you all. Hello.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hello.
Really wonderful keynote. Thank you. Yes.
Hello.
Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Parvez Hayat, Independent External Monitor, SBI and Bell, an academic advisor, Center for Climate Change and Disaster Management. Dr. Parvez has completed his PhD on disaster management and law graduate from Delhi University. He has over 30 years of experience in administration, law enforcement, ethics and governance, vigilance, compliance, CSR audit works in PSU, Power Grid Corporation. He was a chief vigilance officer for 5 years and was posted ADGP, BPR&D, a think tank of Ministry of Home Affairs. He presented a paper on resilient smart cities, a global perspective and international congress, JNU New Delhi, 2015. Parvez Hayat attended management course on corporate ethics at University of Berkeley, California, at Goldman Sachs Institute of Public Policy and Management. He attended a course at ENA Paris, France, on ethics and corporate governance. He is well versed in ethics, anti-corruption laws, compliance, procurement, project execution, financial planning, e-procurement, reverse bidding, green energy, green corridor, climate change, smart cities indicators, vulnerability. Parvez Hayat served Government of India in various capacities as a part of prestigious Indian Police Service till he superannuated in July 2018 as Director General, State Police Headquarters. The government of Jharkhand acknowledged him with the President's Medal for Meritorious Service in 2013. It is a great pleasure to have you with us today, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, you can proceed with your keynote.
Now,
Thank you.
okay, now somebody is calling. I don't know who is calling. Somebody is calling you from your side. I don't know who is that. Thank you very much. I am thankful to the organizers of the Institute of Engineering Research and Publication, as well as the Raja Bharat Maha Sarakaran University. And so I would like to just touch upon, based on my experiences on the ethics in corporate governance. And also I would like to touch upon the, the present scenario, like how there are different, processes of the international agencies and the Indian agencies. And I'll give you some little comparative idea how to tackle how the global agencies, including the Indian agencies, are tackling the menace of corruption in the private sector, largely in the public sector and private sector as well. So as we all know that I'm not going to define the ethics, and all we know that how important the ethics even in the corporate governance for a shorter for a small gains. At times people fall to prey to the corrupt practices, and they do not know that the ethics and integrity, these two aspects only, these are so important to a corporate governance that they are directly linked to the profit and loss. So the people, whenever the all processes, rules and regulations of the Companies Act, the CVC guidelines, the government procurement rules, and the other different stuffs of Competition Commission of India are followed. If they do not follow, and also the code of conducts, every corporate company will set up a code of conduct for their directors. So if they do not follow, the company overall, the profitability also suffer when there is a lack of integrity. So if we go to the journey from what we know in India, the Harshad Mehta, those fraud in 2008 onward, you'll find that globally there has been a lot of corporate bad practices in the corporate governance at the global level also, in relation to the accountability, integrity, and fiscal integrity as such, largely. And there has been a high profile collapse of number of large corporations during 2001 to 2009. So mostly they were all of accounting fraud. If you see the audit, it is Satyam fraud, or it is Siemens, or it is say the Alstom's fraud worth $722 million in 2014, whatever. So all the frauds, larger number of frauds took place in between 2001 to 9. Scams of various forms have maintained public and political interests in the regulation of corporate governance because of those corporate fraud. Example of corporate failures such as Enron and MCI, formerly WorldCom in the US, besides Siemens, Germany, which ended up paying $800 million in the year 2008. Likewise, the major, the oil companies, gas majors like KBR, or we call it Hamilton in the year 2009. Likewise, the HIH insurance, and also so how the different, globally, the US Security and Foreign Exchange Commission, SEC, what instruments they had to deal with it. Likewise, the FCPA. FCPA, this is an agency from United States to deal with the corruption, 1977. And also we'll talk about the Indian like PC Act 2018 after the amendment, and also the SEPIN, France SEPIN 2, 2016, and the UK Bribery Act 210. So we'll deal with how these agencies are going to deal with the corporate fraud globally. Enron scandal, we are all aware. It was revealed in the 2001 October itself. And finally, the Enron Corporation, this was an American energy-based company in Houston, Texas. And this was formed in the year 1985. And in India, how much the fraud was unearthed, and how our agency like PC, like the CBI has taken over the case. Likewise, the Satyam scam, we all know, if you go to the site of SEBI, you will find how the Satyam scam was done, and in which the CEO, Ramalingam Raju, in the year 2019, and also the CFO, and all most of these frauds will find that they are all audit, like fudging of accounts and audit fraud in nature. So CBI took over the oversight in the file in the year 2009, and how the CEO, I will not go into the details how the fraud was done. And but I will just give you an example in the Satyam fraud. If you get to see the on the website of the SEBI, you'll find that how intelligibly the CEO and the CFO and one more person, the three person, they used to go to the company in the late hours, say around midnight, and they used to fudge some kind of information. They used to feed in system because they knew that time there will be nobody. At that time, there was no machine learning, there was no artificial intelligence that there could be some evidence, which is not possible now. And they used to just make some some kind of a wrong, later they used to show like to the bank that, okay, as if the company has 200 or 400 crore excess money, and they used to write to the bank that such and such money is being deposited to your bank. In fact, nothing, later used to be nothing issued, only just to give an impression to the employees that the company is doing very well. But finally, this 2G scam, this fraud was enacted by the CBI, and they were arrested. Now these days you have got machine learning. We have got you can install the system that anybody is making or fudging any record, they can get caught. So there are so many development in India. I'll talk about the Central Business Commission based on the Santhanam Committee, how it recommended to have a kind of a mechanism in India. That is the Central Business Commission. Although it was a recommendatory body, it deals with the public sectors, largely public sectors units, and the trust or the other companies which have the public money, and also all the government organization, the Central Business Commission. So all this, but again the Vineet Narayan case. In that case only, for the first time, this agency CBC was granted some kind of an autonomy, and in the selection of the CBC, the Minister of Home Affairs and the Department DOPT Ministry, and also some kind of a very strong procedure was adopted for the appointment of the CBC. And this CBC, the Central Vigilance Commissioner, the 3 commission members, they have to be appointed by the President of India by issuing the warrant. There is no, order. So autonomy was given to this Central Business Commission. So largely talking about the transparency, ethics, equity, and price discovery, the key elements of a system is coming back to how just to talk about, define what measure, what are the processes which are involved in the key elements for the improvement of the corporate governance. Then I will come to CBC, another agency. So key elements of a system in any corporate governance is how do we improve the transparency to bring about equity, price discovery, as well as competition, and ensure accountability and responsibility at all levels, largely at the board level. So these functions should be performed with responsibility and accountability. So this is why how the Public Central Vigilance Commission works through a Chief Vigilance Officer. These are eyes and ears of the Central Vigilance Commission. And they are appointed by the government, of course, but again, with the recommendation of the Central Vigilance Commission. And we know whenever we talk about Central Vigilance Commission is also the supervisory body of the CBI. So whenever any important appointment in India is made, either in the pure government at the JS level and above, or in the public sector, or even the Chief Vigilance Officer of all the Maharatna and Navratna company, this is how the commission work. They are appointed with the recommendation of the Central Vigilance Commission, and Central Vigilance Commission only recommend them based on the clearances, so that they have the clearances from the CBI. When they get to know that these officers are clear from all angle, and then only the Central Vigilance recommend to the government. And these eyes and ears of the commissions are the Chief Vigilance Officer in different public sector, and also all the PSOs and the government, just to ensure the transparency in the governance. And in the 2006 CVC circular, for the first time, it issued the circular that talks about the technology comes in, leveraging the technology. That means that all the procurement of just to make improvement in the procurement and the disbursement, as we know that initially when there was no technology like this, and many vendors used to run around to the Department of Finance of the PSUs of the government for their billing and all that. But now nothing is physical; everything is lived through technology. So the leveraging the technology means like process of e-tendering, e-payment, putting all the tenders, bid documents, etc. on the company's website. So this is called process re-engineering, reverse action. That is also introduced, limiting the discretion of through the IT tools, limiting the discretion of those people who were the part of the procurement and the decision making in the corporate, also as well as in the government. So also there was a Whistleblower Act 2011, Public Procurement Bill was introduced in 2012, but now it has also come out. So the vigilance is what? It is more made less punitive. If we were talking about largely when any corruption has taken place, then we used to take action. Now the CVC circular talks about it moves from punitive, vigilance mechanism moves from punitive to preventive, from preventive to proactive and predictive. And finally, it is participative as well, as per the CVC circular 2006. Preventive vigilance means if anything goes wrong, then you take action. Suppose the building is coming up, when the entire structure has come up in this building, and then somebody report that these are the the building has collapsed, and these were the reasons, technical reason, and the flawed, some kind of wrong materials were used, and etc. So many. So there's no point. Now we talk about the proactive and predictive vigilance, so that whenever before the work starts, right in the beginning, the Chief Vigilance Officer or the Chief Compliance Officer, they will keeping and watch, and they will be doing the kind of a the predictive. This will be doing some. They will be proactive, and there will be some preventive audit of the financial audit, or vigilance audit of the entire processes, so that there is the scope of corruption gets shortened. So presently the Chief Vigilance Officer or the Chief Compliant Officers, they will be undertaking the surprise inspection. They can get access to all the document, the procurement agencies, the procuring processes and all that, and also they see that all the CVC guidelines and the government financial rules, they are implemented, including whether when there is a tendering process, whether it is transparent, whether this has been put on the website. Is there any change that changes? That also had to be put in the timeline. So these are the methods which the CVC has been monitoring to limit the discretion and cut down the corruption, and how based on the United Nations Convention on the Anti-Corruption, UNCOC clause 2003-2005, that talks about how to bring about the private sector and the commercial organization also under the ambit of the PC Act of 19. This is why in 2013 the bill for making amendment in the PC Act was introduced, and now we have got the act in 2018. Now the difference is that earlier only the bribe giver and taker. Now there is a supply chain. This act, the recent act, talks about the first time the term used like commercial bribery. Before that, the term commercial bribery, the commercial sector was out of the ambit of the CVC, and one of the study conducted by CII found, the International Committee on Transparency and Ethics of the CIA, they conducted a research. They found that the corruption vis-a-vis the public sector is much more prevalent in the private sector. So sadly, the 2013 bill, when it was introduced in the parliament, it has larger, much harsher provision of how to bring the commercial, they make them responsible, the private sector. But finally, because of so much of lobbying from different body and the private sector people, there's some dilution took place, but still the gain is that for the first time, the commercial bribery, the term has been improved. It means those who are in those listed companies, who was directors, they can also be held responsible if any instances of corruption in the form of like directly or indirectly or kind of the supply line, somebody, person, bribery, giver and taker, and anybody who's connected. Suppose somebody X says that I know Y, who has a good access to a particular public sector company or government, and Y also may be knowing Z. The Z may not be also the exact employee of the company who is going to take a decision. So the entire supply line chain, whosoever is involved directly, indirectly, they can be held responsible under the current 2018 PC Act. And also but again, the dilution is that earlier the recommendation was that the onus shall lie on the directors of the company, board of directors, to prove that they have, when some kind of a corruption brought to their notice, they took enough action. But now, sadly, the present clause which says that onus will lie on the investigative agencies, means CBI, to prove that whether or not where the corruption was brought to the notice of director, whether or not they really acted or not. So the onus will lie on the agency to prove that it was in their knowledge and they have not acted upon. And also so indirectly the private sector partially has come under the ambit of our present act. Number two, another feature is that earlier the people, some of the witnesses, they used to turn, a prover. That system has been done away with. Anybody who is a bribe giver, taker, or indirectly connected. Also the foreign offices. Now the new amendments talk about the foreign, suppose the Prevention of Corruption Act will also apply to those companies from foreign companies working in India or our companies, Indian companies working abroad. Those companies will be also brought under the ambit of law. So inclusion of the private bribery, the commercial bribery, that is a great gain in this act. Again, another clause that has been brought is the repeat bribe takers. There's somebody who has been already taken or indicted by some departmental proceeding or some agencies, again, he's repeatedly, more than one time. So this repeat bribe takers, there will be a harsher punishment has been. And also there is a provision of the protection of the whistleblowers also in this existing the new law. So these were the what Indian law can deal with, including the companies who are working in the foreign company, and also the foreign official bribery of the foreign official, public official, they have also been taken into account. Now, how? But again, like for the prosecution, there was again some kind of a leverage. Initially, it was proposed that when the bribery is done or this crime has been communicated, either one person is a public sector or is of any rank, will not matter. But again, sadly, again, the person who is of the rank of the joint secretary and above, the prosecution, the permission has to be taken before charge sheeting. This kind of a, there's some protection has been provided, even the facilitation payments and all that. So like now we see that how the other countries like UK Bribery Act 2010, I would like to highlight that does not make any difference between private sector and public sector. Any bribery are done by private person, so both will be covered. They will not make any difference. And that is what was the India was the signatory to the UNCSC clause into the United Nations Conference on the Anti-Corruption Laws. That was UNCSC that talked about how to bring about. But so based on that, now the 2-3, like in US, there is a FCPA Act that 1977, and it has been amended also. That US FCPA Act of US again is very strong. But again, I would like to say that all the act like SEPIN in France, French laws of anti-corruption laws, is there. They also talk about dealing with the bribery, commercial bribery and all that. And but again, the FCPA has a limitation. It is confined to the public authorities, public servicemen, either in India or any US companies working abroad or any other companies working in the US, they will be under the amendment. But again, this UK Bribery Act is the only act in the world which does not make any distinction between the private bribery by a private person or individuals, either located within in UK or the people are there. Those people are working directly or indirectly influencing the public official of any country. So UK Bribery Act does not make any distinction. Likewise, the SEPIN French Act, SEPIN 2016, it came in, and this also deals with the anti-corruption cases, both public and the private sectors. But again, the relatively the power of they also recommended they don't have the power to confiscate. Where under the UK Bribery Act, like even in our agencies like ED and we have CBI, under PC Act, they have to take permission, even for the implying the lie detector and all. They have to take permission. They cannot do on their own, and they have to they are not independent. They can conduct raids and searches. Even in presently we have the serious fraud office also in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. But again, the serious fraud office vis-a-vis CBI have a limitation. They cannot initiate any inquiry on their own. They have to take permission from the corporate affairs. Only then they can undertake searches and all. But again, this CBI under this act also. Likewise, the UK Bribery Act, that act, they have the directly take over, seize the property and confiscate. Whereas in our FCPA and SEPIN 2016 in French law, and also the FCPA and also the Indian agency, they cannot, they can seize, search, but they cannot confiscate. So this is all I wanted to talk about, that how the anti-corruption agencies across the globe work, and definitely so I wanted to. So I will just keeping the time limit. I will not go into details. I wanted to quote some examples. So again, the lot of arrangement in our system, like in India, in the Central Vigilance Commission also, based on they make an impanel of the officers, clean officers of the rank of additional secretary and above. They post them, they put them as a IM, independent external monitor. I am also the independent external monitor in 3 public sector. They also ensure that whatever the procurement process they begin, they come under the ambit of the IM, independent external monitor. And any complaint by any vendor that there has not been transparency or there has been some favoritism brought to the notice of the independent external monitors who are appointed by the Central Vigilance Commission, and they recommend to the CEO, and CEO will have no choice that whenever they recommend largely that some the transparency, lack of transparency, or some processes or the government financial rules have not been interpreted rightly, or the competition, some procurement, in the procurement some kind of a favoritism, or say tickling down of the qualitative requirements, etc. So the IM also, and another layer of the vigilance mechanism introduced by Central Vigilance Commission to limit and cut down the corruption in the and to ensure the transparency and fiscal integrity in the corporate governance. So I end here. Any question, I am open to answer. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you so much, sir. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, sir. Thank you so much. That was a very wonderful keynote speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm already to present. Okay. Before accumulating, I have problems on my PowerPoint here. Okay. Today, I would like to present my research. Educational management strategy. Just a moment. Topic. What? Oh my God. Okay, excuse me. Before I have problem for my PowerPoint here. Today I would like to present of my research about educational management strategy in the 21st century. Dynamic for sub-Saharan ASEAN community as the current Mekong sub-region country. Yes. Okay. Okay. My PowerPoint.
Sir, is there any difficulties that you're facing, sir? Sir, can you hear me? Sir, Dr. Poncha Jedman, can you hear me, sir?
Okay ครับเปิดแล้ว
Sir, we already have some time constraints. The participants are waiting. Please do complete it early, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
I request all the participants to kindly wait. Once the keynote is over, we will be assigning you to this breakout rooms. Sir, Professor Ponchai Jedman, sir, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. Sir, kindly unmute and speak, sir. Unmute.
Ôi, đểพี่ติดสายแป๊บนึง
Sir, Professor. Sir, can you hear us? Sir, we'll move on to the presentation, sir. We can have the keynote at the last also. Moving on to the technical presentation, participants belonging to the session 4, Education and Management, will stay on the main room. Participants belonging to session 2, Innovations in Engineering, Sciences and Technology, will move to the breakout room 2. And participants belonging to session 3, We'll move on to the session 3.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
So can we join in this breakout rooms so that we can start the session?
Sir, you will be joining in session breakout room
3, na? Session 3.
Yes, sir. 3. Yes, sir.
So can I join now?
Yes, sir. You can join.
Okay.
Hello. Sorry, Miss Mubina.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm in the schedule. We should join in the technical session 4 for presenting. Where is the room? In this room or?
Ma'am, just a minute, ma'am. You belong to the session? Please let me know your session topic, ma'am.
My session topic in
just a
from
minute.
the email
Just a minute. Just a minute. All the participants, the breakout rooms are closing now. We will create another breakout room newly, and we will assign you directly. 2 breakout rooms will be assigned, and we will directly assign you to the respective rooms.
Okay.
Just a minute. It will just take a minute.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Participants, the breakout room is now created. People belonging to innovations of engineering, technology, and sciences will move to the session 2 breakout room. And people belonging to civil engineering and architecture will move to the session breakout room 3. And people belonging to education and management department will be in the main room. The sessions have been given to you in the agenda that we have already mailed you. Please let me know if you have any queries.
Sorry.
Yeah, let me come again. People belonging to innovations, engineering, and technology will be moving to the session room 2, and participants belonging to civil engineering and architecture will be moving to the session 3, and people belonging to education and management will be staying in the same room.
If my topic is about entrepreneurship, so I'm join in the.
Ma'am, you will be in the main room, ma'am.
Oh, so still in the main
you will
room,
stay.
yeah?
Yes, you will stay.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Because my schedule is on 4 p.m.
Okay,
right?
ma'am. Okay, ma'am. We will call out your name for presentation, ma'am. Do not worry.
Okay.
And
thank you.
yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, Ma'am Vina, can we start?
Yes, ma'am, just a minute, ma'am. I would like to welcome all the session chairs. For Innovation and Engineering, Science and Technology, we have Dr. P.V. Venkat Rama Rao, Professor in EEE, Mathuri Venkata Subbarao College, Hyderabad, India. And to chair the session for Civil Engineering and Architecture, we have Dr. Lakshmi Varaprasad, Associate Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, National Institute of Technology, India. And to chair the session of Education and Management, we have Associate Professor Dr. Ummi Nemia, Head, Center of Excellence of Social Innovation and Sustainability, UNIMAP, Paris, Malaysia, and Dr. Noor Irwani Abdul Rahman, Research Fellow, Center of Excellence of Social Innovation and Sustainability, UNIMAP, Paris, Malaysia. And we can start the session in the main room. Ms. Vera Carla will take over. She'll moderate the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. So I would like to welcome the session chairs for Education and Management, Associate Professor Yumi Naima Sarai, Head, Center of Excellence for Social Innovation and Sustainability, Perlis, Malaysia, and Dr. Noor Irwani Abdul Rahman, Research Fellow, Center of Excellence for Social Innovation and Sustainability, University Malaysia, Perlis, Malaysia. So I would like to call on our first presenter with a paper titled Responses of GP3 and MD2 Pineapple Clones for Post-Harvest Application of ABA, Quitusan, and the Crowning of Severity of International Browning and Other Fruit Qualities. Presentation by David Chandra. May I call on Mr. David Chandra?
But before that, Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon. Can we highlight it on the time given for all of the participants? So all presenters will be provided 10 minutes maximum. Therefore, you are all required to only display or deliver your presentation in the 7 to 8 minutes, and the other 2 minutes will be the time for the Q&A session. And me also with Dr. Irani, we are going to look on the time given, and sorry, because we need to interrupt if you achieve the given period time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, may I call again? David Chandra. Let me proceed with our second presenters with a paper titled Human Capital Development and 21st Century of Managing Sustainability Organization. Presentation by Sanya Kinapun. May I call on again our second presenter, Mr. Sanya Kinapun. Okay, let me proceed with our third presenter with the title paper, The Effects of Fruit Maturities, Coating and Storage Temperatures on the Qualities and Green Life of Cavendish Banana. Presentation by Alamanda Katarika Fari.
I don't think that the presenter are with us now.
Should I proceed, Professor?
Yes, we shall proceed with the fourth presenter, maybe Nitaya
Okay.
Tau, right?
Thank you so much, Professor. So may I call on our fourth presenter with a paper titled Estimations of Elderly Health Status based on Statistical Models under the Discrete Alpha Power Inverse Lumax Distribution. Presentation by Nitaya Buntao.
I'm here, present.
Thank you, ma'am. Kindly present your presentation slide.
Excuse me. Just a moment.
Okay, you may proceed. We can just now we can see clearly your slide.
Yeah, I will share right now.
Okay. Please turn on your mic. All right. Okay. So
Excuse me, I cannot show in the big screen. Only in this side. I have the problem to present the big screen. Can I show in the small screen? Can you hear me?
yes, you may proceed. But we cannot see your slide.
I will try again. Sorry.
Okay, ma'am. The time is running.
Yeah. Okay, I will show in the small screen. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to present our research in the topic of estimation of elderly health status based on statistical model under the discrete alpha power inverse Lomax distribution. The researchers are Dr. Nitya Banthal from Rajabhat Mahasangam University and Dr. Rada Somkheun from Rajamankala University of Technology, Lana, Chiang Mai. Content of this presentation are introduction, purpose of the study, parameter estimation, result of the research, summary, and concluding remarks and acknowledgement. Introduction. The structure of the world population had interest and aging society. The demographic characteristics of Thailand tend to be more elderly. This increase can be attributed to advance in public health, medicine, economic, and social development, including participation in disease control, injury prevention meanwhile. A number of research studies and reviews have shown that the functional status of the elderly is influenced by a number of factors. The health status estimation and needs of elderly lead to scarce data about the important aspect of elderly health. In addition of the medical research, the researcher focused on mathematical and statistical modeling of the elderly health data using discrete Lillet distribution. After that, a research developed by Hassab by using the discrete alpha power inverse Lomax distribution fitting the model of health data. So that in this research, we have the objective to estimate the elderly health data based on statistical model under the discrete alpha power inverse Lomax distribution. Statistical model on the elderly health data were studied in Mahasarakham province, Thailand. The probability density function And the distribution function of the discrete alpha power inverse Lomax distribution can be shown by this formula. Parameter estimation in this research, we use maximum likelihood approach. The log likelihood function is given by this formula. The estimate of the parameter by using maximum likelihood estimator can be obtained by a numerical analysis, such as the Newton-Raphson algorithm. For the confidence interval estimation, we have to find the inverse Fisher information metric and variance and covariance metric of the parameter. In this distribution, we have 3 parameters. Using the previous formula, we can find the confidence interval of the parameters by this formula. In this research, we use the sample of the elderly in Mahasarakham province, which including 1,505 people. The results show that we have male is equal to 41.2% and we have the female is equal to 58.8%. The study of medical condition, we found that have the people have the conditional equal to 42.7%. And the study of percentage of the health status for the elderly using a proposed model. The results show that health behavior is in the low level. Disease is in the high level. Environment quality is in the moderate level. Relationship with family and community is in the moderate level. And the last is gross health is in the moderate level. After that, we find the interval estimation by using the nominal level equal to 0.95. We found that health status of the disease is equal to 4.374, and the gross health is equal to 3.543. And the result in the level of 0.99, the result is the same with the 0.95. Summary and concluding remarks. In this paper, we estimate the elderly health status based on statistical model. Under the discrete alpha power inverse Lomax distributions, health status of elderly can be used in prohibit health promotion strategy and bring about the experts to health system with adequate data which will help the elderly to have better and appropriate health promoting. The model to measure the health status of the elderly is utility of the maximum likelihood approach. The result of the analysis revealed that the overall health of the elderly was at the moderate level, which accounted for 30.73%. And the health issue that should be paid attention and promoted is the health behavior of the elderly. Therefore, it should be encouraged to educate the elderly on proper health care for better overall health. The work of this research was supported by Thailand Science Research and Innovation of Thailand and the Research and Development Institute, Rajabhat Mahasarakham University, Thailand. Thank you very much for your attention. Do you have any questions?
Okay, any question from the member of the floor? If there are no questions, I have one simple question. All right. Based on the research finding, what is the suggestion that can be suggested to any party or any agency or ministry that can beneficial to the country of Thailand? That's all my question.
Yeah. Right now in Thailand, we have so many elderly because we have the long life. So we have to pay more budget to take care all of them to have the good health. And so that if you don't need to pay too much about the illness to recover, you have to take care about the good behavior. If the elder have the good behavior, they will have less illness, and the government don't need to pay too much money with the illness. Yes, and so you have to give more information about the illness, that about the cancer, the cancer, and so many illness that the elderly can have. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. I think shall we proceed to the next presenter? Since I see Mr. David is here now, our first presenter just now.
Yes, I hear.
So again, Mr. David, you are given, Mr. David or Dr. David, you are given only 7 to 8 minutes to deliver your presentation, yeah?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity given to me to present our research with the title Responses of GP3 and MD2 clones to post-harvest application of ABA, Chitosan, and the crowning on the severity of internal browning and other fruit qualities. First,
Please check on your audio. Mr. David, okay, your audio is not reached at our side.
We can't hear anything from here. No, still, we can't hear anything.
Oh, Miss Vera, can we ask Mr. David to settle the technical issue first? In the meantime, can we proceed to the next presenter?
Okay,
Just
thank
now
you,
I
Prof.
see Miss Alamanda is here.
Miss Alamanda, please.
Okay, I would like to ask again our third presenter with the title paper, The Effects of Fruit Maturities, Coating, and Storage Temperatures on the Qualities and Green Life of Cavendish Banana, to be presented by Alamanda Katartika Fari.
Thank you, Mom. I will share the screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes,
I have.
all right, you may proceed. We can see your screen very clear.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, my honorable committee and audiences. Thank you for being here today. And in this opportunity, I would like to present our paper entitled The Effects of Fruit Maturities, Coatings, and Storage Temperatures on the Qualities and Green Life of Cavendish Banana. My name is Alamanda Katartika Fahri, and Professor Susila D. Esti Widodo, Dr. Sriwaluyo, and Mrs. Zulfariani are my project counselor. Okay. Biography. First of all, I'd like to introduce our project team. Alamanda Katartika Fahri is currently a magister student at the study program of Magister of Agronomy, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Lampung, Indonesia. So Susila Diasti Widodo is professor at the Department of Agronomy and Horticulture, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Lampung, Indonesia. Sri Waluyo is a lecturer at the Department of Agriculture Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Lampung, Indonesia, and Zulfariani is a lecturer at the Department of Agriculture Product Technology, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Lampung, Indonesia. Next, I'd like to start with introduction. The Cavendish banana is a high economic value and high nutritional contents, and it is exported worldwide. Cavendish banana is a climacteric fruit that has a high respiration and ethylene production rates that cause fast degradation of its qualities and its short shelf life. Zulfariani and Widodo in 2010 reported that attempts that have been conducted to lengthen its shelf life are usually focused on decreasing its respiration through application of fruit coatings. Chitosan as an edible coating chemically plays a role in inhibiting the movement of oxygen and carbon dioxide. It is expected to reduce the respiration rate of fruit during storage. The application of chitosan causes the flesh of the fruit to be soft even though the skin remains green. So it is necessary to add antiethylene, which is gibberellic acid as an antiethylene according to Sultan 2012. That gibberellic acid can delay the ripening of bananas by counteracting ethylene and retaining chlorophyll to maintain the green color. As another factor, storage temperature greatly affects the shelf life of fruit. At low temperature, the rate of respiration can be slowed down. Therefore, the objective of this research were to study the effects of fruit level maturity, fruit coatings, and storage temperatures on the quality and green shelf life of Cavendish banana. Moving on to the next point, I'd like to show the methods of the research. There are three factors with each levels that are used as treatments and designed in completely randomized design, factorial 3 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 2 with 3 replication. The first factor is maturity level, which are divided to overmature, full mature, and immature. The second factor is fruit coating. Those are non-coating, 1% chitosan, and the next level is 150 ppm gibberellic acid, and the other one is combination of both. The third factor is storage temperatures, room temperature and cool temperature. These are the variables of observation: firmness, weight loss, diameter loss, bricks, free acidity, glucose, starch, and rind surface with same analysis. The chemical and physical qualities were observed at 0 days, at day 0 and the end of observation. Self-life was observed every day, and some analysis was done after chitosan treatment. The observation was terminated at 35 days or at the end of the fruit green life. All data were analyzed with one-way ANOVA and further tested with 2-case Hansley significance at 5% with Minitab 20 version software. The research result. According to the data, the shelf life of Cavendish was able to be lengthened by the application of maturities, storage, and both combination, and also coatings and storage. But coatings and maturities coatings did not affect. Maturity significantly affected firmness and diameter loss. M1 showed higher firmness and diameter loss than followed by M2 and M3 storage. And the combination of maturities coatings, maturity storage were able to maintain the firmness of fruit. Weight and diameter loss were able to be detained by the combination of maturities and storage. The best result was M2S2 as full maturity in cold storage that showed shelf life of 34.75 days. Coming up to the next table, maturity significantly affected acidity and decreased starch content. The more mature fruit, the increasing of starch is higher, but did not affect other chemical qualities such as Brix and glucose. Brix and acidity, glucose and also starch did not significantly difference to control treatment due to coatings and storage due to both of treatments, except the effect of storage treatment on starch content. In the cold storage, starch were relatively lower. SAM analysis. According to the figure 1, 1% chitosan coating coverage analyzed with scanning electron microscope or SAM showed fully coverage surface of fruit rind tip and some crack points on the base. And however, M2 finger showed perfect coverage of 1% chitosan that no pore and crack points same, while in the M3 finger showed some crack points both on rind and also base. The conclusion of this research is the application of maturities level M1 and M2 significantly lengthened fruit grain life of its soft-grain life, detained the firmness, diameter, acidity, and starch content, but did not reduce weight loss and affect Brix and glucose content. Application of 1% chitosan, gibberellic acid on 150 ppm and both combinations that are applied on fruit rind tip and base were not different to control and did not affect to all variables. Low storage temperature was able to delay senescence, promote starch degradation, detained firmness and diameter. The combined application of maturities and storage affected all variables of observation, while maturities and coatings and storage affected firmness, acidity, and starch content only and did not affect other qualities. Thank you, the Honorable Committee and all audiences for your attention. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Any question from member of the floor? Okay, I got few chats in the box. So I guess and I think we should follow the schedule, right? And also one more thing, the second presenter, since we don't know the actual name of you just now, so that's why we skip to the other presenter. If there are no questions from Miss Alamanda, can we proceed with the presentation of Mr. David Chandra?
Thank you, Prof.
Right, thank you very much, Miss
Thank you very
Alamanda.
much.
Thank you, Mom.
Ms. Alamanda, kindly stop sharing.
Stop sharing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Stop sharing. Okay. Stop sharing. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity given to me to present our result of research with the title Responses of GP3 and MD2 pineapple clones to post-harvest application of ABA, chitosan, the crowning, and the severity of internal browning and other fruit qualities. First, let's introduce ourselves. I am David Chandra as the author and presenter today, and the author team are Professor Susiladi Esti Widodo, Professor Muhammad Kamal, and Mr. Sriwaluyo. We are from University of Lampung. The shelf life of pineapple can be extended by controlling the ambient temperature. A good storage temperature to extend the shelf life is called temperature above chilling injury. According to Ali et al. 2022 source, fresh pineapple storage at 10 derajat Celsius can extend the shelf life. The psychological disorder arises as a problem when the fruit is stored for a long time in cold temperature. Co et al. 2006. The study aims to determine the resistance level of pineapple clones, the crowning effect, and post-harvest application of coating with ABA and chitosan on IB severity on and other fruit qualities. The research was conducted at PT Great Giant Pineapple in September until October 2022. The newly harvested GP3 and MD2 clones were partially pruned and coated with H2O, chitosan 1%, ABA 50 ppm, and ABA chitosan mix. Each of treatment combination was repeated 21 times. Then fruit packaged in perforated cardboard with capacity of 12 pieces and stored at 7 derajat Celsius and observed 7 times with 3 fruits. On day 3, day 9, 6, day 9, day 16, day 23, day 30, and day 37. The observation variables are IB severity, ascorbic acid, soluble solid content, titratable acidity, sweetness level, fruit weight loss, and skin dehydration. Data was processed using SSPS version 26 with a 95% confidence interval of alpha 0.05. The IB severity of the MD2 clone was 1.4% lower than that of the GP3 clone, which was 11.63%. Day 37. The MD2 has resistance to IB severity. This can be seen from the result of research that MD2 cultivar have higher resistance than cayenne pepper cultivar. Soleiman et al. 2019. The IB incident stored at a temperature of 7 degrees Celsius was initiated from the fruit shelf life of 23 days, the shelf life of 16 days, and below indicated that there was no IB incident. There was a significant difference in ascorbic acid content in GP3 and MD2 clones. Ascorbic acid content in MD2 clones was higher than GP3. Sufficiently, high ascorbic acid provides defense against the severity of internal browning until day 37. In the three-factor combination treatment, the effect of the clone and AB combination on GP3 clones was not significantly different from MD2 clones in resistance to IB severity.
even with a relatively low ascorbic acid content. Based on this combination in pineapple clone GP3, a comparison was made, a combination of ABA treatment and control H2O, and the result were with the Duncan test that the clone treatment remained intact and AB 50 ppm had the same resistance to the severity of internal browning as the MD2 clone compared to other treatment in the GP3 clones. The the treatment combination of GP3, clone, and ABA, it was still able to maintain other fruit qualities such as soluble solid content, titratable acidity, sweetness content, but had higher fruit weight loss and skin dehydration. According to Zhang et al. 2015, so the ABA 3HO micrometer exogenous treatment was not significant with H2O treatment on soluble solid content. And in conclusion, MD2 clone has resistance to internal browning severity compared to GP3 clone. High ascorbic acid content was positively correlated in decreasing IB severity. Abscisic acid treatment with integron on GP3 clones had a significant effect on decreasing the IB severity compared to control H2O on fruit with intact or pruned clone. IBA treatment on fruit whose clone remain intact could also maintain fruit quality, such as ascorbic acid, soluble solid content, titratable acidity, sweetness, but had higher fruit weight loss, and skin dehydration. IBA treatment of 50 milligram per liter or ppm while maintaining the integrity of the clone stored at 7 degrees Celsius for 37 days can be a reference for GP3 clones in decreasing the severity of IB. Thank you for attention, and I'm giving back to the moderator.
Thank you, Mr. David Chandra, for your nice presentation. Okay, since I am Dr. Irwani as well, is not from the agriculture background, so I am interested to know more about the differentiation between the two clones that you mentioned just now. The first one, you call it GP3,
yes,
and the other clone is MD2. Will you just please briefly provide the information to us regarding these two clones of pineapple?
Okay, clone of pineapple in Lampung GP3, there were GP3 is smooth canes, and MD2 is from smooth cane, but innovation from Thailand maybe, and then there are GP2, GP1, but is the best of clone in GP is GP3 in the PT Great Giant Pineapple.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. Any question from the rest? Okay, thank you very much. No more questions from me.
Thank you very much, Ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. David. So let me proceed. May I call on our next presenter with a paper titled Emotional Intelligence and its Association with Spiritual Intelligence, Systematic Review, to be presented by Shut-Shing Nyong. May I call on again our next presenter with the title paper Emotional Intelligence and its Association with Spiritual Intelligence, a systematic review, to be presented by Shu Ching Nyong. Okay, let me proceed with our next presentation with a paper title.
Excuse me, miss. I guess the second presenter is here with us.
Thank you so much, Professor. So may I call on our second presenter with a paper titled Human Capital Development in the 21st Century of Managing Sustainability Organization, to be presented by Sanya Kinapon.
Sorry, we just come from the same university from Sanya, but she told me like sorry, she sent me something. She go to teaching, so I think she's gonna come back later. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, so let me proceed with our next presenter with a paper titled Power and Local Political Interests in Water Resources and Environmental Management of Area, the Namsuway River Basin, Nung Khai Province, to be presented by Dr. Kitsada Pathung. Let me call on again our next presenter, Dr. Kitsada Pathung. Should I proceed, Professor?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. Our next presenter with a paper titled Social Support for Sustainability of Women's Entrepreneurship, to be presented by Benedict Ivania Prabhawanti.
Okay, my friend Penny Handayani, please share the screen and presenting. Thank you.
Yeah, dear committee, I couldn't share my screen. This is Nabil. Oh, okay, now I can do it. Thank you. Yes, Bu Bene is already on the PowerPoint on the share screen. You may present.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Penny. This is our research about the social support for sustainability of women entrepreneurship. The author is me, Benedicta Ivania Prabhawanti, and Ms. Penny Handayani, and Ms. Tia Tarigan. We are from Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia. Next. This is the research background. Discussion on women empowerment is one of the existing topics that is often discussed, especially in developing countries. Empowerment of women develops because it is based on a single thought regarding the need for independence for women. This aim to make development accessible to all women in Indonesia. Sorry, Ms. Penny, can you present, because this is voice.
Okay, I can continue. And regarding to the empowerment of the women is very potential, because there are many potential influence in economic and social economic that can be invoked while empowering those women. And the other background is that sustainability of entrepreneurship is something that should be encouraged throughout, because the livelihood of these women is something that have to be developed. And why the empowerment of women is strongly encouraged, because there are contributing factor that the independence of the women can help the independence of the family. And for the literature review that we held for this research, we have two main theoretical background, which is social support and sustainability. And the method that we use is a quantitative research with SMS business managed by women influence the social support. And the type of data we use is the primary data obtained by those women also. And the research question will be answered are, we have two main questions. The one, does social support influence women entrepreneurship? And the second, does social support promote business sustainability? That is the two areas that going to be answered by this research. And the conclusion is based on the result of the path analysis that can be carried out on the study, that can be concluded that the social support has direct influence on sustainability of women entrepreneurship. The variable of social support is very really needed by the women, as business factor is the positive evaluated variable, with four indicator used in the study can be also used as the seen as the social factor support in the form of positive rating by women entrepreneurs to help them sustain the businesses. The indicator variable of social support that has least influence is the instrumental social support. Meanwhile, social support in the form of information is also important thing that can influence women entrepreneurship in improving or maintaining sustainability in their businesses. Informational support can be obtained not only by intermediate influence from the environment, but also from the government, private sector, and other parties who help women as a business actor to improve their business. And that is, I think, all a brief of our result. Does Miss Benedicta have other things to be added to the presentation?
Hi, Miss Penny.
Hi.
I got a nice presentation over here. Social support for sustainability of women entrepreneurship. So I got a few questions over here. What kind of social support that you are trying to address in your study context here? I mean, from the family or from the government itself?
From the family and from the government, especially from the family is from the husband and the kids, and from the government is financial support from the government, or training support for the social entrepreneurship.
Okay. One more question, if you don't mind. May I know what type of SME that you used to collect the data in your study?
Women social entrepreneurship in Indonesia.
Mm-hmm.
They should have the impact for the empowerment for the people. It's the data.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Let me proceed with our next presenter with a paper titled Sangha's Role and Politics Constrained in Thai Society, to be presented by Sukit Kaimusi. Okay, I will call on again our next presenter with a paper titled Sangha's Role and Politics Constrained in Thai Society by Sukit Kaimusi. Okay, let's proceed. Our next presenter with a paper titled Sustainable Community Potential Development, Cultural Tourism Management in the Community Identity of Ban Map Clad Cook Krakai Subdistrict, Nakhon Ratchasima Province, to be presented by Karuna Cherd Hiparang. is Miss Karuna is in the meeting room.
There was no such name in the
Okay.
list of participants.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. So let me proceed. Our next presenter with a paper titled Early Assessment on Application of Arbuscular Mycorrhizal Biofertilizer on Germinated Seedling of Oil Palm Tree in the presence of Ganoderma bionens inoculum, to be presented by Sharini Saala.
Okay, hello. Did everyone see my slide?
Yes.
Okay.
We can see it clearly.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good evening to everyone. My name is Sharini Saala from University Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. My title of my presentation today is Early Assessment on Application of Arbuscular Mycorrhizal Fungi, Arbuscular Mycorrhizal Biofertilizer on Germinated Seedlings of Oil Palm Trees in the presence of Ganoderma boninens inoculum. Okay, for the introduction, background of study. Sorry. Oh, this is the presentation, my presentation outlines. I will start with the introductions, followed by materials and method, and then result, and finally conclusion. For the introductions, Ganoderma boninens, it is actually one of fungi species in the group of wood decaying agent, which mostly related to the palm oil plantation. This type of fungi able to produce enzyme which degrade xylem and eventually disturb water distribution and nutrient uptake. The fungi has been identified in The fungi has been identified since 1928 in older tree, but in 1957 it has been attacked nursery stage of palm tree. This is the pattern of infections. There are two type of infection that can be occurred. First, from the interaction from adjacent tree, and the second through the natural inoculum from the soil. Basal syndrome disease management, basically there are two types, which is chemical and biological. For chemical, it is involved the using of fungicides, mineral fertilizer, and also phenolic compound. And for the biological, it involves fungi and bacteria. In this study, we are focusing on the using of biological management, which is fungus. Biocontrol agent, Arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. AMF basically is a obligate symbiont with the plant, which it is able to colonize inside the roots and grows together with the plant. Root that has been colonized by AMF able to prevent or slowing down the colonization of pathogenic fungi. AMF able to limit the carbon availability for other pathogenic fungi and able to improve the mineral nutrient uptake, and it also improves the tolerance of disease of the plant and improve the the ability of plant to survive on the environment. In this study, we are using ergosterol as a marker to determine the disease severity. Ergosterol basically is a sterol that resides on the cell membrane of fungi and acts to maintain cell membrane integrity, similar to mammalian cholesterol. It is a primary metabolism of fungi that is responsible for permeability and fluidity of cell and commonly used by microbiologists as indicator for fungi study. So the objective of this study was to study the colonization of AMF on all palm seedlings with the presence of Ganoderma boninens And second, to quantify Ganoderma boninense infections in the presence of AMF using Ergosterol level. For the method for the artificial infections, we are using rubber wood block for the preparing the Ganoderma boninense inoculum, and involve 4 treatments, which is involve control, Ganoderma boninense treated samples, MF plus Ganoderma boninense treated samples, and lastly is AMF. For the root colonization, it is involved observations under microscopic view to see the pattern of AMF colonization. And for ergosterol quantification, we are using high performance chromatography, which is SPLC. Then we move to the result and conclude discussion. From the observation, for the identification and spore count on rhizosphere soil, from the observation, we can identify 3 major spores present in the soil in AMF that we use, which is Glomus species, Paraglomus, and Acropola tuberculate. And the most the highest percent spore present was Glomus species, which is 70.29%. While for the verification of Ganoderma boninense infections, it is conduct artificial inoculum on Ganoderma boninense on rubber wood block, successfully introducing disease to dedicated seedlings involving Ganoderma boninense infection seedlings and combination of AMF and Ganoderma boninense seedlings at 8 and 20 WPI. While no Ganoderma boninense was isolated from untreated seedlings and single inoculated of AMF seedlings. For the root colonization of AMF, as you can see, the figure A shows the attachment of auxiliary vehicle on the palm of roots, while figure B and C shows the development of intra and interradicular radical hyphae. From the figure F, you see that there is no sign of AMF colonization on the roots and control samples. Okay, for the result and discussions. Root colonization of AMF. From the observation of 16 and 20 weeks of post-inoculations, Ganoderma boninense and plus AMF treated samples and AMF treated samples shows that the highest results, which indicates the ability of AMF species to survive during the initial establishment of pathogenic fungi, and the reduction of AMF colonizations on 20 weeks of post-inoculations of AMF plus Ganoderma boninense samples indicate the active colonization of Ganoderma boninense instead of AMF. For the ergosterol quantification, this is the standard used as a reference for the quantifying ergosterol level in the samples. And this is the result of ergosterol in the samples. From the findings, it shows that no ergosterol detected on the single inoculation of AMF. And here, no ergosterol detected on single inoculation of AMF treated seedlings and control, and a reductions of ergosterol concentration on 8 WPI and 12 WPI, and further reductions on 16 WPI, but increase in 20 WPI on Ganoderma AMF dated samples indicates that Ganoderma boninense an active coordination of Ganoderma inside the plant roots. And for the conclusions, this study found that Erbascurella mycorrhizae fungi able to colonize all palm roots even in the presence of Ganoderma. Ergosterol was not detected in Erbascurella mycorrhizae fungi, and therefore ergosterol concentration could be used as indicator to estimate the initial infection of Ganoderma in a cereal alpine tree inoculated with AMF. Okay, this is for the acknowledgement and reference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentation. So actually, I'm not in the background of what are you presenting. However, it is very nice and very interesting. So will you please give some wrap up on the new contribution that you have that you can provide based on the study findings?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Will you please share with us the new contribution, okay, or the new knowledge based on the result of this study?
Oh, basically, this the contribution of this study was we are using algosterol in order to quantify the infections of Ganoderma boninens in the plant roots. Because before this, there are still no study related to the there are still lack of study.
That relate with
using
the
algosterol
Ganoderma fungus, right? Okay. So please continue. So you are using some of the fungus to be utilized and make it beneficial to the oil palm tree. Am I right?
I'm using AMF is one of fungi, and Ganoderma boninens is also one of fungi. And
Okay, got you. So it is very nice presentation, but I would like to open the question to the member of the floor. Maybe there are another presenter would have some question for you, the one that do with banana or maybe with the pineapple just now. Any question? Dr. Irwani, do you have any question?
I believe I don't so far.
Okay, so no more question from me. Can we proceed to the following presenter?
Okay, thank you, Professor. So our next presenter with a paper titled Creating Local Identity for Local Self in Danuk Buayai District, Nakhon Ratchasima Province, to be presented by Anujit Chinazan. Good afternoon, Mr. or Miss Anujit. I can see his or her name. Good afternoon, sir or ma'am. Should I proceed, Professor, to the next presenter?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so may I call our next presenter with a paper titled Sufficiency Economy Dimension in Enhancing Potential of Sustainable Organization Management, to be presented by Hataikarn Labhumi.
I'm sorry, yes, I am here. I am the one of the co-researcher, and then I am Pikun Kunsawak. I'm gonna present you right now. Let me present my presentation. Can you see my slide?
Yes, sure. We can see it clearly.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So today I am here to present about my research article, and also it is our research. The topic is Sufficiency Economy Dimension in Enhancing Potential of Sustainable Organization Management.
Rajapat Mahasarakham University. And the reason why we want to do the research, it's come up from the introduction, which related to our King Rama IX Bhumibol Adulyadej. So he guides the crucial information about how to sustainable and how to stay sufficiency economy in Thailand, I would say. The information consists about the way of life for Thai people in based on the middle part and the practice of self-reliance, which is not technical, but meaning including ideology, worldviews, relationship, value of economy and culture with balance. So I would say that it is very important nowadays because if we want to stay sufficiency, not only in the economy, but also it's related to the people as well. So we have to use these to focus on our life. And it's also expand about the information related to development of country. So it must be done in hierarchical order to the foundations must be established with the sufficiency of the majority of people first, and then by using method and using the economical but theoretical correct equipment, when the foundation is sustainable or sustainable, so the practicable there is further development of prosperity and a higher economic space. So the baseline is can lead to the best sufficiency economy, I would say. And this is our theoretical framework that we use it to conduct our research. It's come up with the efficiency economy, which include sufficiency and moderation, sustainable, moral, good immunity, quality, and potential, reasonable knowledge. So all of these, they are very important. And now we are in 21st century. So we need to ask more information about these things, how can it's useful for Thai people. So we start with our research purpose. It is to synthesize and present of sufficiency economy dimension on enhancing the potential of sustainable organization management. And also the research, it is a qualitative research which related to collected data by using the documentary. Is like the background theory and lots of documentary that we search. And also it is the interview questionnaire that it was our instrument for our research. And we asked for the information from the organization leaders. This is the method. We conduct our research in the qualitative research, and also there were 20 participants that we interviewed. They were the mayors and the personnel working in municipal in administrative organization, Mahasarakham province. And the participants were collected by using the purposive sampling method. The data collection, we were collected the data by using two types of the information. The first one from the documentary is like the grounded theory at first, and after that we conduct our research and collect the data by use the instructor interview. The data analysis, we start with the reduction. After that, organization, the information, and finally, interpretation.
This is the finding and the conclusion that we have found from our research. The first one, we found that the participants were give their information in the new information. I will say it is very crucial to maintain our sufficiency and make it sustainable in Thai people and also in the organization as well. The first one, systematic operation. The second one, foresight. Third one, evaluating and personal and cognitive development. Four, sincerity towards stakeholders of the organization. Five, giving importance to organizational innovation development. Six, organization cultural to enhancing the potential of sustainable organization management. Seven, organization management based on truth. Eight, the integrate of technology in management. Nine, efficiency use of organization resources. And the last one, knowledge sharing. I would say from the theoretical framework, it is very crucial for our research conduct. But mostly after that, we have found that there were more information that we have to follow by, which emphasize with this sufficiency economic dimension. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to you also. All right, so I found this is a very nice presentation. However, I just have some of the concern that I would like to ask you, especially on the qualitative type of method that you utilize for this study, right? Can you please elaborate further on the method, on how you reach the respondent from the 20 organization, if I'm not mistaken? All right, that is my question number one. And number two, what is the software that you use to analyze all of the obtained data or all of the gathered data? Okay, that is my question number two. That's all.
Thank you. Let me answer in question two first. Actually, it is the qualitative research, and then whenever we collect the data and analyze the data, we just use, actually it's like kind of coding, because we ask them and then we get the information from our observation, from our interview, and after that we just organize the information in the table and then label the information, and then we just like separated the information, which one is the same or the important, which followed by our objective. After that, we just make it like narrow down to get the information directly.
Does this mean that you are utilizing your data manually, or do you have any aided from the software such as Atlas TI and NVivo, like most of the qualitative type of research normally utilize?
Yeah, I got it. No, we just do it by ourselves. No statistic or analyze from the computer.
Okay. It is fine. So how about the first question?
Could you please ask me again? I'm so sorry.
How do you reach your informant? If I'm not mistaken, you collect the data based on 20 organizations. Is that belong to 20 of the representative of that organization?
Actually, I'm just use the 21st century to be the the keyword. Because this is very important nowadays, not only the student but also people. We follow by the mention from our King Ramanai. Yeah, he was the best person who used this word, and then the Thai people believe it, and it's related to doing things like in in the good heart, something like that, and then keep doing in the way activity. So it's related to education as well, and also related to economic and lots of things for Thai people who want to efficiency or sustainable in our life.
Okay, it is fine. Thank you very much. Actually, I just would like to know how do you obtain your data, okay, before you come up with the conclusion that you map it nicely into 10 of the key terms just now. It is fine. Okay, I think that's all the question from me.
Thank you so
Any
much.
question? Yeah, you're most welcome.
Thank you.
Do we have another presenter, Miss Vera?
Ma'am, we are on the last. She is the last presenter.
Sorry. Actually, Miss Hataigan, she is a presenter of the topic about at 4:30 a.m. But she left because she had class and she had to study. And then she said she gonna come back again. So
you are referring to the paper titled Human Capital Development in the 21st Century?
No, human capital development in 21st century. Presented by Sanya Kinapun.
Yes, ma'am. So are you going to present on behalf of her?
No, but she said she's gonna come back again because she had class for teaching. Because actually she requests for present at first, but maybe we have some kind of mistake and then we have organized. So, so how can
I leave to the secretariat, but as for me, I think we should maybe dismiss our session because there are no more presenters left in this room. So we are also don't know until when we are going to wait for her to deliver the presentation. So how about you, Miss Vera?
Sorry, could you please let me call her and then maybe if she can, and then just for a second, and then I'm gonna come back. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so sorry for your waiting. She said she cannot come to present because she have class right now. So sorry.
I think that will be fine, yeah, Miss Vera?
Yes, ma'am. We are fine, ma'am. There are 6 presenters who failed to present the output of their paper. Thank you, ma'am.
Are we having any photo snap session? Before we dismiss our presentation, maybe the presenter want to make it as their memory, right? Shall we have any photo session?
Okay, ma'am. I think for a while, ma'am. Anujit,
madam. So excuse me, sorry. The timeless.
Professor.
So it would be nice is everyone can use the background provided by the organizer.
Okay, madam. The chair shares. Shares. I want to share screens. Just moments. The quiz. Just moments, madam. Share screens. Just.
You need to go to the bottom of the screen, right? There are a button of share screen there.
Yes. The research about creating locals for skill is that no sub-districts, Nakhon Ratchasima province. Objective to study origins of local occupations that no Puayai district, Nakhon Ratchasima province, to the study components of local sales persist in Nanok, Puayai district, Nakhon Ratchasima province. 3 to create judicial persons for local sales.
Mr. Anuji, are you going to present your slide? Cannot share your slide.
Moments. I want to share screens, not screen share. They're just.
It's the green button, share screen, green button.
I not share screens, PowerPoint presents the research. I want to represent the proposal. Oh. I want to to present one more the best point. Yes. Oh. I nothing share point the process.
Miss Vera, I think the presenter is lagging. The line is lag.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anujit. Are you going to present now? We can see your slide.
You share screen, presence, madam.
Yes, we can see it. You can start presenting it, sir.
Okay, madam. The creating local identify local details ด่านนอกนะครับด่านนอกแล้วก็ to the, with 3 objectives to the study origin of local Thai presence ด่านนอกบัวใหญ่ district นครราชสีมา Province objective 2 to the study component of local seal presence in ด่านนอกบัวใหญ่ district นครราชสีมา Province objective 3 to increase judicial presence of local seal ด่านนอกบัวใหญ่ district นครราชสีมา Province the research concept framework the research study
Mr. Agnujit, can you, I think you have to press down so that we can see the next slide.
Oh.
We are seeing the title slide.
I'm not. I don't share. I don't not share slide PowerPoint. I don't know.
โทษนะคะเลื่อนลงมาเฉยๆก็ได้ค่ะเพราะว่ามันค่ะเลื่อนตรงบาร์นะคะค่อยๆเลื่อนลงมาทีละสไลด์ก็ได้
อันนี้ขึ้นไหมครับผมโทษทีครับ
ขึ้นค่ะขึ้นค่ะแต่แค่สไลด์
ผมแชร์ขึ้นไม่ขึ้นเลยครับผม
อ๋อเหรอคะทางนี้เห็นอยู่นะคะแค่เลื่อนลงมาแสดงว่าสไลด์ทางโน้นไม่เห็นใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ครับผมไม่เห็นขึ้นเลยครับผม
he said he can actually we can see right but from side cannot see himself slide he cannot see his slide he said I'm not sure what happened but just let him talk maybe
ผมทำยังไงออกได้ไหมครับผมจะถึง
Professor Yumi, Dr. Erwane, what should we do with this presentation?
I don't like the
Sorry to interrupt. Just a minute. Mr. Anujit, you have shared your screen and we can see your first screen. Okay?
Okay.
He should share the slides.
Yes.
Speed slides. Don't share the screen.
I want the problem share, not share.
He shared the slide. Yes, he shared the slide. However, he doesn't know how to press the next or go to the next slide.
Yes. Exactly. So, Mr. Anujit, can you hear me?
Okay. Just a moment.
Sorry for my interruption โทษนะคะเห็นตรงคำว่าแชร์สไลด์ข้างล่างไหมคะ
So you can
เห็นครับผมแต่ว่าเห็นแต่ว่า
Mr. Anujit, can you hear me?
Okay.
Mr. Anujit?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sir, can you present without presenting the slide? Can you do that?
Oh, I don't share slide PowerPoint. Don't friend.
พูดอย่างเดียวได้ไหมคะไม่ต้องแชร์ค่ะ
ได้ครับผมสามารถพูดอย่างเดียวได้ครับแต่ว่าทางคณะกรรมการได้เนาะ
ท่านแจ้งตะกี้แล้วค่ะว่าได้อยู่ค่ะ
อ๋อโอเคได้เลยครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ
โอเคครับนะครับ just the creative fly of local Thai seal in ด่านนอกบัวใหญ่ district นครราชสีมา province by อนุจิตชินสารนครราชสีมาราชภัฏ University objective to the study origins of local seal presence in ด่านนอกบัวใหญ่ district นครราชสีมา province to the study of the communities of local seal presence in ด่านนอกบัวใหญ่ district นครราชสีมา province object 3 to create judicial process of local seal ด่านนอกบัวใหญ่ district นครราชสีมา research concept framework the research study research documentation and literature classified by research objective on creating local seal identity of เมืองด่านนอกบัวใหญ่ District นครราชสีมา Province. The research had recruited a parliamentary conceptual framework from the study of relevant documenting and literature by defining the conceptual framework in accordance with the research objective as follows. Methodology. The research used a qualitative research method. The research methodology used in the study was formulated to cover important issues and realities of the creation of the local seal identity of the North Boy District, Nakhon Ratchasima Province. Key performance was analysis to the polluter. 3 seal produce continue as presence through 1 interview from 1 group recruitment from the presence, 2 flight experts, 2 condition contest evaluation and make adjustment according to expert suggestion. Data collections. 1 in-depth interview through focus group is a seal group data analysis by technology analysis. Results. 1. Origins of Avicula seal patterns in deliveries from the wisdom of the ancestor, which is linked to the reference style of the local people and is consistent with local culture and tradition, which is the religious and its person the course will be present on from generation to generation. Through elements of the non-local is patterns, the results from in-depth interview with the local issue circulars and focus group discussions with sales group and well as local people groups involved in the vernacular seal flow as the elements of the North. The vernacular sales pattern of consists of 1. The size of the seed trees must be small size the trees suitable and deterring and above field the papers. 2. The symbol on the clothes come from the wisdom of the ancestor. 3. Creations of unicorn patterns from the North. Working to class seal the patterns must of consist of the seal trees used for instance must be a small seal trees. The symbol 1. The fabrics must consist of the patterns. The crucials. The origin, the traditional seals patterns of the North from that origin of vernacular seals patterns come from the wisdom of ancestors with the rights to race and right local people and is concerned with the local culture interaction through components of the North. Vocal seal the patterns of flower that compositions the North vocal seal patterns. Conceal size of the seal, the trees that must small size trees suitable for the symbols on the coast come from the wisdom of the ancestor, which is most area is about animal petals, nega petal central holder, nega petal through around the petal, nega petals picos, petals objects. This is consistent with Pachanasan. 3. Creatures as unique patterns of from local seals that not flower that roses must consist of the seal 3 must be discrete. Through the symbol 1, the clothes must consist of 2 patterns and mix with and pattern and 3. The color must and be natural culture to the face to the concept for consideration of natural resources at the same time. The current wiring use common that film as design fast and beautiful color that design different skill depress of with the connectivity of the pattern but the effect in efficient local tile disconnect patronation. Recommendation policy recommendation. 1. Government agency rules Minister of the premise of local ability promotion should promote and support creative creation from the local sales product and local levels. Through agency, the district and provincial level and spiritual community developments must work to the support integration from promote Systematic moment in that group the area areas as clear, making things legitimate to help increase sales channel broad in village. 3. Local agency expression sub-district administrative organization and district communication developments must increase their sales and knowledge and deciding sales product to have a more local identity. Operation recommendation. 1. Local administrative organizations shall focus and networking work at about community level and with external agency by communication driving local sales produce activity. 2. The administrator of local administrative organizations must allow people to truly participate in the strengthening of occupation group in everyone's process is order creating guidelines for promoting and developing of skill occupation group and auto occupation. 3. Local administrative organization administrator must have a clear working guide of the developments of plural developments occupational group in order to effectively promote their occupations. Academic recommendation. 1. There should be a study of way of the Christian network from local people self product developments through the result of the study should be development into a local product design curriculum for commercial use. 3. The 3 choose the balance from academic online media to increase knowledge and understand about unical local product design. Knowledge means this research was developed by the Rajabhat University officially created. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anajit. Okay, I'm trying to capture what are you talking based on your presentation because it is quite hard for us to clearly understand. But I have one question here. All right. So regarding the local cert in Danok, right? What are the local identity that you would like to inject into the current local cert in Danok to attract more customer to buy this kind of cert? That's all.
Also, thank you, Community Badas.
Any example of the local identity?
Yes, identity local in the people, the local in the market, so to the media. Result the project research, the local occupations, the people locals with the
Are you finding your answer based on your slide?
Yes.
Okay. So in common, what kind of identity that can be injected into the local cert? Danok local cert.
Identity is much more the course.
Yeah, the
course like the type identity, local Thailand in the Nakhon Ratchasima University, Thailand Nakhon Ratchasima province. So the markets in the social media and the component in Danok, Nakhon Ratchasima, and creative unicorns, the personal local Thai sales.
Okay,
in the church.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, you are going to maximize the promoting of that cert through the social media, right? Okay, that's all my question. I have no more question. Get back to you.
Yes.
Miss Vera, get back to you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Okay, thank you, sir. I think that's all. There are 5 presenters who failed to present the output of their study in this platform, Professor Yumi and Dr. Irwani. The session 4, technical session 4, education and management, concludes. Thank you and good afternoon. May we have a photo opportunity if everyone can open their cam so that we can have a photo op. Okay, so this is for the technical session 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much.
Ma'am, before we conclude, so the presentation for the education and management session, it is all over, right, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, session chairs, for sparing your time with us. So on behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. This conference, which focused on to discover the differences in exceeding the vision in multidisciplinary research studies. It was a great success where eminent keynote speakers from various universities addressed the gathering. We take this opportunity to thank all the speakers, delegates, participants for your vital support and the time for the ICMRP. Thanks to generous response and active engagement of the organizing committee members and the editorial board members. Without you this would have not been a success. And for the best paper and best paper presentation award, we will be intimating you via mail once after the committee confirms the presentation. Once again, I thank all the participants for making this success event a grand success. Stay tuned with us for further conference updates. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Any participants, if you have any queries, you can reach me through WhatsApp, you can mail me, you can put a message to me. These certificates will be provided to you in 24 to 48 hours.
Okay, ma'am, regarding the evaluation sheet, will you please give us about 3 to 4 minutes to make
Definitely, ma'am. Definitely, ma'am. You can take your time and you can message it to me, ma'am. This is Mubina
Okay,
here.
later on, we are going to send the verdict, yeah? Okay.
Yes.
I leave the session now. Goodbye,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll text you through WhatsApp. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye, all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.